I can't just download the stream VOD anymore. I have to actually start a separate recording for Umineko, which we've been playing. Not Umineko. Actually, yes, for Umineko, which we've been playing the whole time. Wow. Okay. Uh. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examine the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. There was a possibility that the flames from the discharge had injured her corneas? There was no threat to her life, but it would possibly be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her field of vision. Is that okay? The wound may itch or hurt, but you mustn't scratch at it or rub it. When tomorrow comes, let us go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. That bitch, she was really trying to kill me. If the angle had been just a little bit off, I'd be killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Ava-san would not do such a thing. That was an accident. Was it? You call that an accident? She killed Dad and Mom. There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. She's behind everything. Oh wait, let me make sure I have everything right. Okay, I'm good. She was the only person on the first floor of the guest house. George Nissan must have seen her kill Mom and Dad, and she killed him to keep him quiet. It's the same with grandfather and the servants. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed all of them. If that is indeed the case, then we'll find out about it as soon as the police investigate. The police are incredible, and their powers of discernment, there's nothing that cannot be understood. There's no need for us to suspect or hate anyone. The police will resolve everything. So for now, Jessica-san, you should devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Of course, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. When Jessica's abuse of Ava had reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes had hurt her. Jessica herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. And regardless of whether she's overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Dad and Mom. And Shannon. And Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun. She heard that Cannon-kun had been killed in the chapel. Jessica still hadn't seen his face after he had died. Jessica was now less fearful about the fact that she was blinded, and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see. Oh god, are they gonna do it again? Not again. Bad idea, Jessica. Let's maybe not leave everybody else. And that she would have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit, and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked. Those mixed emotions started her crying. But right now, tears were actually painful for her. Oh, poor Jessica. So she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, standing the pain. Oh shit. Well then, now I am more worried about Ava-san. I hope she isn't too shaken by this. Realizing that Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck out his head into the hallway to look for any sign of the others coming back. Oh, that's right. That's right. Ava left she stormed out of there and Battler followed her. Oh, it's just two groups of two left. Nanjo, Jessica, Ava, Battler. Oh fuck. Not this. Then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant. Isn't it kind of interesting that now that her eyes are gauzed, she can't see, and now all the trust in her in the world is left to Nanjo, who is believed in witches this whole time? Yeah, I freaking predicted it before she even said it. I heard that people who have lost the power of sight have zero anti-magic and magic resistance power. In other words, you're an isolated pawn right now. Understand what that means? What did you say? Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was. Much less what she had just said. Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation. But since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking that something bad might have happened. Stop, please. Please don't kill me. I have a sick grandchild. I mustn't die here. Please spare me. Eek. Dr. Nanjo? Dr. Nanjo! How about you take off your... She should take off her blindfold. Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone. And he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. No, stop it! Eek! On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo. Even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed that she must be trying to take his life. Dr. Nanjo! Dr. Nanjo! Is someone there? Answer me! Stop it! He was just shot. A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. I think he was just shot. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she was able to realize that with that sound, Nanjo had died. This is so fucked up. However, in the very end, the witch did not permit that. Yeah, I'll turn on voice acting for a bit. But she could tell that that person was now in the corridor, right in front of the serving room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. Knowing that she was a mouse in a trap in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered. Oh my gosh. I want to turn up a little more. Let's go like 15?
酒は我が友
Too bad your eyes got injured. Now you can't even escape. I'm gonna play a whole lot with Nanjo's corpse now. When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play a bunch more. No, wait. I've got you here blind already. I won't wait until you're dead. Have a lot of... She sounds like she's like 2 years old. I'll have a lot of fun with you before I kill you too. I want to hear... She's crazy. Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice, trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up in a person's throat. Right then, Jessica could barely even breathe. Eek! That's so much different from when I just go eek. I love that. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape, but even though she should have known this room well, just being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and then like a candy in things like a candy jars. Okay, that needs to be rewritten. And bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. Boom. As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless humans become just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place, but she kept bumping into things she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects, and it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. I don't know, Jessica. I feel like maybe you should just, like, open your eyes anyways. Then a footstep could be heard from the presence of the hallway, and then a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud. You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait there on the bed. This will give you a wonderful blood red outfit fitting for such an honored daughter. That's unreal. Until just a second ago, she had sworn that she'd kill the culprit as she found them. However, she was now very powerless. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor and bumping her head into the bed and the legs of the desk. I feel like you need some survival plan here, Jessica. I don't think that's it. Or even is Battler.
助けてよ。
Damn. In the corridor, as the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life, a single gold butterfly secretly watched that scene from the corner of the hallway. It was Beato, who had barely escaped with her life once before. The gold butterfly softly returned to a human form. It was faint and transparent like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak that even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Ronave also appeared.
ジェシカも生き残れはしないでしょう。
It is unlikely that Jessica will survive.
もとより誰も生き残れはしませんが。
Of course, there will be no survivors from the very beginning. There were to be no survivors from the very beginning.
あやつはカノンに恋心を寄せておった。
She has grown feelings of love for
わら
canon.
わはそれをもてあそんだこともある。
I have toyed with them at
し
times.
かしそれは魔女として恥ずべきことであった。
However, such behavior was shameful for a witch. She's kind of having plot development.
愛とは一なる元素。
Love is the single element.
恋心はそれ
Romantic
以
love
上
is
に
even
純
more
粋で
pure,
尊いも
more
ので
sacred.
ございます。なぜかお嬢様はとてもそれを嫌われますが。
I want to hear regular Ava's voice. For some reason, you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady.
お師匠様は言った。
Teacher
魔
told me.
法とは人を幸せにするためにあると。
This track is so weird. Magic exists to bring people happiness.
かつてはそれを知っていたはずだった。
It's something I myself must have been aware of in the past.
そしてそれを忘れた時からわらわは魔女ではなくなっていたのだ。
Ever since I forgot that, I stopped being a witch.
だからわらわはバトラの対戦相手の資格を失っていたのだ。
And so I lost the right to be Battler's opponent. I can hardly believe it, milady. Do you actually intend to rescue Jessica? It will be dangerous. I know. Even if I do save her, she will become a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. But even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. The witch's banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. It does not toy with life and death. However, that person is different. She kills over and over. She kills for fun. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to at least save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate. Certainly, by carrying that out, you would probably be praised as a good witch. However, the new Beatrice Sama already views you as hostile, milady. If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct? When I reunited George and Shannon, I finally understood what a witch is. And what magic is. I am a witch. I must act as a witch. And I must be acknowledged as Battler's opponent, and make Battler accept me as a witch this time around. The road to that goal may be long and difficult. However, if I do not take a step forward here now, I won't be able to call myself a witch. I understand your feelings, but how do you plan to rescue them? Her. There are not many forms of magic that your body is capable of now, milady. Did you not have to borrow George's power even back when you revived Shannon? Indeed. And for that very reason, I may be able to save Jessica. Right now, she's begging for Cannon to save her. Ghost Cannon? Cannon's back. If I can borrow the power of that emotion. Oh, this is kind of weird that it's gonna happen again. What's going on here? The magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again. You may not be able to knock. However, you would use up all of your magical... You may be able to knock, however, you would use up all of your magical energy. If you were spotted by the new Beatrice-sama, you would truly be without a method of escape. I am no longer your butler, milady. Understand that I cannot assist you if the situation worsens. I know. By now, I've toyed with and taken more lives than I can count. So, I may not be able to make up for it, except by saving the number of lives, bringing them through that door. I have had nothing to lose in the first place. I'm just a gold butterfly who has passed its name and magic power on, and who is no longer acknowledged as a witch. Okay. What about Battler-sama? You are partway through a game with him. He said that he would wait until you returned. Are you truly satisfied to end it here? You have a duty to return to the seat across from Battler-sama, milady. For that very reason, if there's a life that only I can save, I will save it. And I will be accepted as a witch. I must become a witch. If this is training, it is a very childish thing. Nothing that compares with the evils that I've committed before now. Vanish, Ronove. Watch what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch. Certainly. Please show me magic that will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch. And I pray that it is not your final spell. Go, my friend. If you cannot find enough ink, if you can find enough ink, write down the story of my foolish life and hand it over to some fool who's about to walk down the same path. So long, Ronove. That's such a cute little smirk from her. I'm not over it. I'm not over it. She's kind of cute, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, the chapel. That's crazy. Okay. Cannon-kun. Where are you? Where are you? Help me. Help me. Ah. Milady, I am always there by your side. Cannon-kun? Cannon-kun. It seemed to Jessica as though she'd heard Cannon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing. On the contrary, that action caused her head to hit the desk again. Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun. I imagine she is like a, like one of those cartoon, like not magical, like huge red bumps on her head. Yes, milady. I will help you. Cannon-kun, you survived? This time, she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped up in surprise, banging her head against the desk again! Milady, please, calm your heart and stop moving your head and listen. Unfortunately, I am not alive. Huh? I have already died. However, that witch came to tell me of your peril. And she gave me just a little bit of time so that I could save you, milady. Please, calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady. Jessica obeyed these words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she'd liked and had thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. There he is! There he is! When she did, she felt as though Canon-kun really was right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly. Can you see me, milady? Yeah, I can see. I can definitely see you, Canon-kun. I exist only as a soul now, so I cannot touch you, milady. I cannot do anything except talk to you like this. With my current weak existence, I can do nothing more than that, but I should be able to be of some aid to you, milady. So we can only talk? I can't touch you, Canon-kun? I am now more fragile than smoke from a candle. So much so that if one of the living, such as you, were to touch me, I would be wiped away instantly. So please don't try to touch me, because I am also holding back my desire to touch you, milady. Ah, okay. More importantly, milady, please listen well. The new Golden Witch has a cruel heart. She surely plans to make you meet with a horrible fate. You must escape from this room and hide. How? I can't see anything. Quiet. I will be your eyes, milady. Please move in accordance with my instructions. First, please crawl 3 steps from here, then stand up. You are now under the desk, milady. If you stand there, you'll hit your head. That was under the desk? Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna stand. Well done. Is he gonna help her find... If he helps her find a hidden room, I'm gonna freaking lose my shit. Like, I will be in Winchester heaven, eating my best. Please help her find a hidden room. That would mean everything to me. Nothing else would matter. Well done. Next, please turn to face towards 9 o'clock. Yes, well done. This is pretty embarrassing. Ow. Are you okay? Does your wound hurt? No, I'm fine. What next? Jessica thought that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. And if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. Okay. However, she did that. Cannon might vanish like a frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that. So she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him, to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch who had given her this miraculous moment. Is this okay? If we keep talking like this, we won't be noticed by her? Won't our voices be heard? I've erected a secrecy barrier. Okay. As long as we don't make any loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us. That's why people can't tell when I'm around. Is that like a in general thing? Or just now? Because I think of that scene in episode 2 where it was Maria and Rosa in the garden with Beatrice and Cannon was watching. Like, I think about that. Or earlier in episode 1 when Cannon was spying on the adults and telling Kinzo what they were saying. Cannon's a spy. Kind of, at least. I don't really get it, but anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? Whew. Ooh, okay. I kind of just chugged that beer, I'm not gonna lie. But anyway, we'll be fine as long as we stay quiet, right? But what should I do next? What should I do next? Please walk 10 steps in that direction. You will touch the sofa. Please continue along that. Do it slowly. Stay calm. Believe in my words. Sure. It's weird. Even though it's so scary not being able to see, I'm not scared at all if you're with me, Cannon-kun. She's such a sweetie pie. She's such a sweetie pie. I love her. Yes, that is the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There's a table just to your left. Be careful not to bump into it with your shins. It was a very, very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. Isn't there only one way out of here? And isn't she out there? I'm really confused. Unless he is helping her find a hidden room. There was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was being protected and guided by Cannon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It was probably just a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. I can't believe I just started thinking about the fucking riddle. I can't think about the riddle right now. It's not the time. She was sure that he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. In trying to engage this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Cannon's voice. Okay, if you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Then, please turn to face 9 o'clock and keep walking very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right and keep on following that. I will take you to a safe room. Not a safe room, but a safe room. If I go there, will you leave, Cannon-kun? Cannon didn't answer. But his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth. Then, no way. I don't want to go. If you stay here, you'll be killed by the witch. I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Cannon-kun. Lady, please listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me, so I cannot stay for long. So, milady, please allow me to use what time I am allowed to guide you to a safe place. You know, seeing them like this kind of goes against the idea that they're homunculi. Because if they were homunculi, like, they would have no souls. I mean, maybe this universe, like, interprets homunculi different, but... I feel like my knowledge of homunculi is also maybe not the best. Because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out. Is that the very best you can manage, Cannon-kun? Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I will stay with you, talk with you, milady. Talk about what? Want to talk about? I don't care what, as long as you're willing to tell me, Cannon-kun. Well then. Aw, no, this is so sweet. I will tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. Oh my god! That's so cute! Oh my gosh, the story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun. Even when the lady confessed those same feelings to him, he lost his cowardice. He lost his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings while he still lived. I'm so sad. Yes. Yes. Then I want to tell you a story too. It's the story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage to tell the boy she loved how how she felt much more often. The story of how that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from God, used that chance to finally muster up her courage. I also want to hear that. So for that reason as well, let us go to a safe place. His beret kind of gives him that freaking Curtis Sliwa look. I'm running for mayor of New York, Jessica. I think me and my guardian angels actually have some really good ideas about how we can make the city of New York better. Yeah. If I could be with you, Cannon-kun, I would walk through Fifth Avenue and nobody would shoot me. I would walk however far, however long it took. I don't need eyes anymore. God, I have not done a Trump impression on stream in like 5 months. Is it really time I go back? If you can tell me... Wait, if you can tell me to step forward, I will take that step, even if it leads off a cliff. Okay, that's a bit much. Thank you. Come, milady. Even if it leads off a cliff? Like Beatrice? Let us go. The first 10 steps. No, I don't like it. I won't do it unless you call me Jessica. Oh, that's so sweet. Understood. Understood. Well then, Jessica. Take the first 10 steps. I still want to know what Cannon's real name is, because I feel like it's like a huge spoiler reveal type thing. And it's going to be one of the things that makes us go, oh, shit. I love this fucking game. Yes. Cannon-kun. Very quietly, Jessica and Cannon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Ronave, who stood at the ready by her side, met Cannon's eyes. Cannon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronave did not inform his master. Ronave has his own fucking MO, his own plans. He's on it. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Cannon in the first place. I'm still not really sure what Ava Beatrice meant yesterday when she said, like she noticed a different presence. Around the time George was like in the mansion. I still don't really get the importance of that scene. Unless someone, like, entered the island. No, maybe he did appear to chuckle. From a finger on Ronave's hands, which were joined behind his back, a small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Cannon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Cannon was surprised at the magic that butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Cannon possessed. He may not have known it, but that power of his had originally been Ronove's. Cannon's ability was an imitation of that. Okay. Thank you, Sid. That seems very likely, I agree. Cannon's ability was an imitation of that, which Kinzo had made and given to him. As that butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from a cruel witch. Okay, milady. No, call her Jessica. Shut the fuck up. Let us follow that wall and keep walking. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. If I can be with you, Canon-kun, I'll keep going on and on and on. Led and protected by the small gold butterfly, the pair separated by the wall of life and death slowly walked away towards the end of the corridor. I feel like where I'm at right now, it's like Canon and Shannon. Everybody's cheering. Woo! Canon, Shannon! I love that ship! Yay! Fun! Wholesome! Cute! George and Shannon. Boo! Weird! Aw! I don't like. Me no likey. Weird. Strange. There was no way that evil witch could have had magic to notice their flight. Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize that Jessica had vanished. I still like Shannon and George. I'm such a liar. I just can't justify it. It's terrible. By the time I don't know. I think I just like... It's weird. I'm just not gonna question it. It's okay. It's cute. It's anime. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had set evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor. Whoops. Even though it would have been a quick trip if she'd been able to see as she was now, it had been a very long adventure. That's all he did, is he just brought her to the parlor, which is like one of the most frequented rooms in the house. Come, lady. I guess she's already gonna die. I guess Beatrice just didn't want her to die as shittily. We've reached the parlor. I will now take you to the bundle of curtains by the window. If you hide that in there, you'll surely be safe. Inside the curtains? Not bad. I'm so upset. He just led her to the parlor. I wanted her... Unless she really... Is she in the... Yeah, she is. I'm not gonna question it. But, like, I really wish he led her to a secret room. I would have lost my goddamn shit. The second we know there's secret rooms in the freaking Yoshimiya mansion, like, I'm just gonna jump with joy like a fucking kid. Beatrice-sama. Huh? Canon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Canon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft, or even pitying. I don't know what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking right now. Oh, it was nothing more than a whim. No, this is how witches should be. It took me 1,000 years to realize that. That is how foolish it is. Who is it? Who's there? Milady, be quiet. She's the witch, Beatrice. I owe her because she let me be with you one more time. The witch? Beatrice? Forget about me. More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl. You should quickly hide that girl in the shadows of the curtain. I don't really think the curtains are a good place to hide. You probably do not have much time left. You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica. Oh, this is gonna be so good. A secret meeting inside a bunch of curtains. How clever you two are. Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you for letting me be with Canon-kun. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said that while facing the wrong direction. Perhaps she found that funny. Beato snickered. I will leave this room to the pair of lovers. Evil witches have no need for tales of love. Allow me to depart. Beatrice-sama, thank you very much. There's no need to thank me. You know that something like this cannot compensate for all the evil that I have done. I offer my gratitude to this witch as a parting gift. I wonder if like the Fukuin like servants have like can like retain their memory. That'd be so cool. It honestly wouldn't surprise me. Even if they told the story like that, like they could carry their memory between the episodes. Just Genji, Shannon, Kan, and I guess maybe Kumasawa, because apparently she's got her own connection to the... I don't even know how to... I can't even begin to think about that. Like Kumasawa and Virgilia. I don't even want to think about it until the episode's over. Until I'm done with like the both tea parties, I don't even want to think about it. Because I feel like the tea parties might help me out a little bit. I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift. I don't know what has happened before or what will happen later. However, at this very moment, you are without a doubt a good witch. You flatter me, Furniture. The next time we meet, I may be an evil witch who doesn't betray your expectations. And with that, farewell. Beato left the parlor and closed the door. And mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact that those two had escaped into here would eventually be noticed. And now that the ninth twilight had been reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until that final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured out all of her magical power to protect their time together. Aww! So that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last moment possible. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out. So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all. To think that she doesn't even intend to let those two young ones speak together of their love. 45, data received. Checking target, confirmed as the predecessor Lady Beatrice. Analyzing parlor defensive wall. 72 layered, multi-layered defensive wall, attack-proof barrier, and anti-magic armor. Sniping into the parlor will be impossible. Data link to 410. Oh, not these two fuckers again. 410, data received. Then we've just gotta kill Predecessor Sama first. Yeah. Great Lady Beatrice, your firing permissions, please. Go ahead and shoot. Oh, and avoid her vital areas. There's something I want to ask that old hag. Booting. Firing. Oh, I think it says firing. No, that's not what it says. I hate this font. And half it's in Greek. It's like reading Greek to me. Grekos Elenikos. Republica Elena. I don't know any fucking Greek. What the fuck am I talking about? .410 firing. The Cheester sisters' gold bow released a gold snake. It crawled down the corridor, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor as it drew a soft, snake-like curved line trajectory. And pierced Beato's chest. Gwah! I kind of want to hear, like... I want to listen to the voice acting here. Gold butterflies gathered and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture.
Sendai-sama.
Sendai-sama. No further instructions permitted.
許されようとも思わぬわ。しかしシエスタ姉妹も腕が落ちたものよ。わらわを仕留め損なうとはな。
To think that they failed to bring me down.
二度も
Twice at that. Rotave spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler. As she pushed her pain aside, Beato grinned and spoke back.
申し訳ありません先代様
My apologies, predecessor
急
Sama.
所を外せとのご命令です
We were ordered to avoid vital areas.
ご指示があればすぐにでも貫きますと
Why is her voice higher than the other ones? As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you at any time.
ピアスの穴でもおへその穴でもお好きな穴を
We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like.
にひ
Nyeh. God, I would be such a good anime girl. I would be such a bad anime girl. The gold snake that had pierced Beatrice grew even longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to. What the fuck happened?
残忍にかけてはわらわも一歩を取るそなたが急所を外させるとは
For what reason would someone like you, who is no less brutal than I,
どういう
make them
風の
avoid
吹き
my
回し
vital
か
areas?
新しきベアトリーツ
Beatrice.
聞きたかったのよどういう術で逃れたのか知らないけど私たちはあんたを仕留めたつもりでいたのよそのまま隠れていれば逃れられたものどうして危険を冒してまた現れたのまさか若い二人をかばうため
We still have no clue what's going on with Battler and Ava. It can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right? Well, who knows? And just a second ago, why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them? The more I hear about you, the more I learn that I don't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of evil. If you're like that, why did you suddenly start acting so mildly? That's what I wanted to ask. I am brutal, therefore I am fickle. What purpose could questioning that possibly serve? Chester sisters, sew her. When she ordered that, the gold snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey. And pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. As the cruel witch had ordered, it drew a cross-stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for the orders like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato. If that's what we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a whim. I've heard about you, and I've learned. You're such an incarnation of evil that I don't even rise up to your feet. I thought I was truly a fitting successor to you. You've always been that, but you've always been in the way. You always say warm, pleasant things that shock me. What changed you? You explored the depths of evil for 1,000 years. And I let you live because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much. Whoa. She's fucked up. If you really want to know, then I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. So. Yeah. Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross-stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye. You might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. So I'll kill you slowly, But if you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death. Perfect for my predecessor, Zama. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? Dig my grave with a silver spade. And you still won't talk about the reason for your change of heart. Not answering when she's asked is another one of an evil witch's pleasures. So, Weiss. Ugh. Of course, you don't have to answer. After all, that way I get to torture you. Endless magic truly is wonderful. When you think about it, this world is limited in every way. The endless cannot exist in the human world. Because gods are without limits, the human world is deprived of all limitlessness, so they can be looked down upon. So in other words, this endless power is the power of the gods. A wonderful power where the more you play with, the more fun ways of playing you find. Use that power as you pleased for 1,000 years and went on a rampage. Why are you having a change of heart only now? You aren't gonna say you regret handing it over to me, are you? How could I regret it? The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all. The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all. True magic lies in a deep abyss that you most certainly cannot reach. And this is what you realized? Then what is it? Wonder about for 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch. So, 3 times this time. Ah! Beato's chest had been embroidered with gold thread. It tightened even more, causing Beato more and more pain. Well, that's fine. I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have had. I'm bored now, so I'll just kill you. If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve. Oh, we don't get to know what they were talking about. Then I'll torture Cannon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of times. Being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun, right? Kill her. Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. That intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together. Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which he had forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She must not die. I wonder if she's going to be dead in this thing. Like, I wonder if she's gonna die, like, here. You know, I think that's a really good question you could ask as to, why Beatrice is in both of these. Like, she's in the, like, all the living people, and she's part of, like, all of, like, the, I guess you'd call them the spirits. Or, like, the fantastical. So maybe Beatrice, like, since we know she exists to some degree, has both like a physical counterpart and like the spiritual form that we're seeing right now. She must not die. If she died, it would mean handing over the 2 in the parlor to the cruel witch. So she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die. New Beatrice, I have a request. Lovers meeting in the parlor will not last long. The amount of time an hourglass can measure can and will probably vanish in the land of the dead. Would you please allow them at least that much time? No way. Isn't tearing apart two who love each other fun? You said it yourself, so I want to try it. In that case, I mustn't allow you that pleasure. Yes, it can be fun, tearing apart lovers. Really? I'm sure it is fun. So don't get in my way. So more. So. Understood. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, the heart did not stop. This is like Beatrice's hero moment. God damn. Ugh. This isn't nearly enough. I would die by something like this. What are you doing? Make this old hag shut up. Kill her, quickly. We're killing her! Even though we've sewn her heart in place several times, this person's heart won't stop. Are you immortal? Of course. I've handed the endless over to you. My heart will not beat many more times. However, if by making it beat just once more, I can give the two in this room a bit more time, I'll continue that resistance for all eternity. I still don't really have any freaking sympathy for Beatrice, unfortunately. Because she kind of caused all this. So, keep sewing until her heart stops moving. Guo, Gua. Why doesn't she die? It's impossible. Why isn't her heart stopping? Even though it's been sewed in place. Who cares? We'll make her heart explode from the inside, yeah? How pitiful. And you could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us. Look, I had to look away. It's a bit much. As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over again, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre that was. What in the world are you? You probably cannot understand. Even I didn't understand. Yet, somehow or another, it seems that this is true magic. In other words, I have now become it. I have become a true witch. Firing explosion center in heart interior. Fuse preparations ready. Explode. That's one way to, I guess, do it. There was a terrible sound, and a gold leaf was scattered around the area, along with a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest had opened wide from the inside, and from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. She's like Icar. Then Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart tied by gold threads floated in the air and continued to beat. What the eek? Monster, eek! When the Chester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast magical power. impossible to measure. In other words, endless. I'm the Endless Witch, right? Why is this old hag still alive after all of this? Chester sisters, smash that heart. Quickly. It's impossible. My apologies. We can't do it. Indeed, it probably will be impossible. No number of people can crush that heart. Oh, fuck, my foot is asleep. My foot's asleep. Hold up, give me like 30 seconds. But like real in pain. I hate it when my foot falls asleep. Fuck. Okay. Yep. It hurts a little bit. We love a king whose foot is asleep. Okay. And certainly not the soldiers who serve under his highness the Dragon King. In that case, an endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god. I'm afraid to say that your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice-sama. Just what do you mean by that? Just as there could be no light without knowledge of knowledge of shadows, there could be no infinite without knowledge of the finite. Before Milady Beatrice's true endless powers, your magic is quite lacking. What is that? Ah, the cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain. But Beato's form, no, Beatrice's form, was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through that door. Yeah, she's not evil at all. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon. I think he's slightly more seeable. Beatrice-sama, thank you very much. I won't forget what you've done for us. I'll hear those words of yours once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I have caused. Was that long enough? Yes, truly, thank you very much. We don't know what they talked about. And Beatrice-sama, you've also done enough. Please, be at peace. Is that so? Is this enough? What's going on? What are you guys calling that old hag Beatrice? Beatrice is my name, right? It's going to be, since I'm the new Golden Witch, an Endless Witch, right? How rude. How rude. How dare you claim Beatrice-sama's name? I'm afraid to say, the name of Beatrice-sama belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch. Right now, you are the predecessor. What did you say? Farewell, Canon. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough. Is there two of her? Like doing two very slightly different poses? Yeah. It's like the one of her arms being crossed, and it's like the one of her holding out the ring, because she has 3 arms that I see. In a new nightmare. In the nightmare of a new night, I will... Okay, maybe I was right, and the canon can remember, like, between the episodes. That's kind of freaky. I feel like I need more proof of that. With that, if you would excuse me. Canon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into the air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat. The golden heart that had been floating in midair lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes. But until a moment ago, it had sparkled so much and continued to beat so forcefully. That heart still had just barely managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. There, the cruel witch could be seen. What do you mean, endless? Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right there? How can there be a finite infinity? That's a contradiction. It couldn't exist. This is the limit of your magic. The endless is better than the finite. Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. No, on the contrary, it was... I feel like you could take a shot every time in this game where they say, no, on the contrary. It was doubtful that the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears. If you're a real endless witch, try standing up. How's it going? You can't stand, can you? Why do you think you can't stand? It's because you aren't the endless witch. The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words which to respond to that provocation. However, instead of words, she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch. She smiles? Okay, whatever. I still kind of have no sympathy for her. Oh, no. Battler's gonna be like, yeah, I actually really respect you, and this was actually fucking cool, Beatrice. I really like you after that. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she had misheard it. That rough squeaking of heels was the sound of Battler's footsteps. Battler, is it? After talking so tough, I ended up like this. I've been trying to become the true witch you talked about. In my own way. Yeah, I was watching. Hey, have I been able to become a witch? Have I earned the right to become your opponent? It's useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself, as though she should have expected it. I see. Yes, the road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this. However, I will not surrender. Just like you never surrendered to my torture. I will definitely become a true witch and be accepted as your opponent. Yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. You aren't my opponent. You're my friend. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart. Die, you old hag. Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp. I'm the witch. I am the golden witch, Beatrice. Die! Join me, Link, or else you will die. It's useless. It's all useless. What is going on? Battler magic? Wait, Battler magic again? Battler kind of is magical. What? Is this... Where is this? I think it's Kuadorian. Get in your seat. Beato isn't my opponent. You are. Oh my god, the way that music is swelling? Fuck yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, the music. I love this fucking game. I bought this game because I saw people talking about it on Twitter. And I needed something new to stream before EU5 came out. And now I'm a fucking 85 hours into this shit. I can't believe it. This is so good. Battler? What kind of magic is this? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Chester Sisters. 45, understood. Attacking everywhere. 410, understood. Die, Battler. The Chester Sisters each readied their golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were firing against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. Nice try trying Battler with that shit. What? It was deflected? There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone. 45, target analysis. 45, understood. Huh? What? Did I break down? Am I insane? Anti-magic resistance power, endless 9. Even mythical class magical attacks won't be effective against the target. Golden bow warheads could penetrate any magical... It was prophesied by the Golden Witch that you will play Umineko. I really fucking like this. I guess if I'm not counting, like Disco Elysium or like Slay the Princess, which is a visual novel too. I think the last visual novel I played beside this was fucking Hatoful Boyfriend. No, it wasn't. It was a weird dating game. No, it was oh, it was fucking, I streamed it for my friends. It was Neko Para Catboy Paradise. That was the last fucking visual novel I played. What the fuck? I played it for 82 minutes. 4 years ago. I was 20. That's awesome. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. Wait, let me get my notes out. Eight digits. How many digits is that mystery number? 8 digits. Even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9 digits. For that reason, 9 digits were enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. Battler had buried all 9 of those digits with 9s, so he's OP as fuck. How foolish. When Battler somehow gets serious, magical arrows and the like aren't even enough to make his hair tremble. The Chester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies had flown past his shoulder. What are you doing? Is that some kind of game? Eek. Monster. Stay back, small fries. Get in your seat, fake witch. I'll tear off that mask of yours. Eek. The Chester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched the scene in shock. But Battler, what is this supposed to be? Just like you see, you aren't my opponent. She is. That imposter over there who's using your name. Ah! I'm fighting against a witch. I face off against someone who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by defeating them. I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. The Battler's eyes grew as sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch. Sometimes my accent is so bad when I read this game. It's unfortunate how bad my accent can get. What are you calling magic? What are you calling witches? You're no witch. I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Virgilia, get ready to fight. Understood. Preparations are complete, so go whenever you're ready. Okay. Beatrice, stay back and rest. And indeed, Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines? This is so insane. Beato, stay back and watch. I'll tear it off. I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch. I won't let someone like this call themselves a witch. You protected the honor of true witches. You don't need to say anything. Or, on your behalf, I'll tear her. That name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't... I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap. But Battler... Those are the general rules. Thank you, Ronave. I get most of the rules now. I see. You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic. Foolish people. Do you really think you can win against me with twisted logic? Yeah, I do. I'll crush all your twisted logic, Aunt Ava. I'm not Ava. That is the name of the old shell I used. Is that really what Battler's doing? Is he trying to prove that it was Ava that did it? Because that's really easy to believe, unfortunately. To me, it seems like there's like a preponderance of evidence that she did it, so... I didn't want to think that way. Because I wanted to do what Battler said, and I didn't want to believe in any of the 18, but if he's gonna do it, alright, King, go for it. I'm not Aunt Ava. That is the name of the old shell I shed. I'm a true witch, born inside of her. Don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like it, but a flesh and blood human. The human culprit, Ishiramiya Ava. Virgilia, reconstruct the second Twilight. Is it really gonna be that easy? Hold up, I'm gonna be right back. I have to go get some more beers. Because I like to imagine that if I just keep reading, like with more beer, my accent will just get worse. And I can give somebody like a really strong Yinzer accent. It'd be great. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's get rid of the text. And this is probably gonna be the best fucking dialogue of the whole fucking act. I guarantee it. This is gonna be so fucking good. That's why I had to get up now. So I did not want to fucking have to get up in the middle of this shit. Because I could tell I need to get up in like a second. Oh, it's gonna be so fucking good. I'm fucking so excited for this. It's unreal. On the second twilight, Rosa and Maria were killed in the Rose Garden. We began by applying the Ava culprit theory for that case. Huh? Ridiculous. Come, arise, try to remember. What form did Ushiramiya Hideyoshi have? Oh, you made tea? I was gonna make tea. I was gonna do tea and cookies again, and that was gonna be cute. But unfortunately, I had like 3 cups of coffee today. And I really don't think me having more caffeine is gonna be good. So I've moved on from stimulants to depressants, and beer is my choice. What form did Ushiramiya Hideyoshi have? What? Is she gonna try to shift the blame to Hideyoshi? What's this supposed to be? It's a summoning of the dead. Is she gonna try to implicate Hideyoshi? That's very possible. I didn't know they drank beer in Finland. I thought they just drank like the strongest liquor imaginable. I guess that's what like 200 years of Russian occupation does. Or no, it was only 130 years of Russian occupation. Anyways, I'm getting carried away. It's a summoning of the dead. A witch can easily bring even the dead up in a stand. Most people drink beer? That's crazy. I can't wait to do Hideyoshi's voice. Oh, fuck. On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV. Well, that's a cool analogy. Witness summoned. Oh, we're really a witness. Ushiramiya Hideyoshi's testimony. Come, Hideyoshi, speak. I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room. I think the closest I've ever had, I've had mead before. I really like mead. That's like it's not really a Scandinavian thing. It actually existed in Egypt before that. But I've had Carlsberg, which is really good. That's Danish beer. Never had anything from Sweden, Norway, or Finland though. I'm getting a little distracted. My brain is everywhere. Aunt Ava. Around here, testimony that isn't read isn't worth crap. I demand that he repeats it again, in red. Oh yeah, that's right. Sure, say it in red. I was in the room the whole time. Both before and after the time of the crime. That's... Okay, why would he have to specify before and after? I don't care what he specifies before and after. I care about during. See? Look. This makes it impossible for Ava to be the culprit, right? How will you counter this? Wait. He doesn't say where Ava was, he just says where he was. That's bullshit. I hope Battler notices that. He says he was taking care of Ava in white. Of course, Ava didn't leave the room in white. And then in red, he says, I was in the room the whole time, both before and... So basically, Battler just needs to realize that this was all bullshit. And that he basically didn't say anything. He just said he was in the room the whole time. That's whatever. What? Okay, sure. Ridiculous. That move's so lame I could yawn. Beato never used such childish tricks, not even once. Battler. Repeat it. Aunt Ava was also in the room the entire time before and after the crime. Uncle Hideyoshi was just there to create an alibi. You made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck out. If that isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red. I refuse to repeat it. Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient. There's no need for me to repeat that, right? She has refused. You need to show no mercy. This is check. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take it. This opponent's slow. Check. Maybe Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole time, but saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie. Therefore, no alibi exists for you. You had no chance. You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and Maria. She does know, like, capoeira. If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red, Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside of her room. You can't, right? Checkmate. What the hell? I don't get it. Sorry, Aunt Ava. Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played. Right, Beato? Indeed. The witch side resigns. Let us continue on to the next game. Next is the 4th through 6th Twilights. This one's even easier. It seemed that the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry that a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her. Virgilia, next crime. Let's reconstruct the case of Dad and the rest. Understood. 3 people, Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi, went to the mansion and were killed there. My move won't change. Aunt Ava, you are the culprit. This time, you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi. You claim that you were sleeping in the room all by yourself, but that's not true. If you can proclaim it in red, just try it. I refuse. So tell me, Ava's just a woman. And the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? She knows capoeira! Plus, all she needs to do is, like, sneak up on them and shoot them. Actually, how were they killed? I mean, Maria was strangled. Her brain was stabbed. If anything, I think it's easier to prove... To me, it seems easier to prove Rosa and I think these 2 are harder to prove than these 3. Because then you could, like, argue, like, oh, does Ava even have the strength to impale Rosa on the fence? Or like, oh, how could Maria not have screamed if she saw her mother was dead, you know, and then how could nobody notice? I don't know. And the people who died were 3 adults with 2 guns, right? How did she kill them all by herself? How did she do it with those stakes as weapons? Like, everyone keeps asking, how is the stake shooting device? I don't think it's stakes. Explain that. I think the stakes are just, like, they created an accident. Like, not an accident, but after the murders have been committed to make it look like a demonic sacrifice. Unless you can explain it. Even if Ava doesn't have an alibi, that doesn't mean that it was possible for her to commit the murders. I refuse to explain. It's a devil's proof. I don't really even think it's a devil's proof. Maybe she stole somebody's gun. I mean, it's totally... I don't think it's the important part. Just because I can't explain it, that doesn't deny the existence of an unknown murder technique or maybe an unknown weapon. In short, even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, that doesn't prove that it doesn't exist. What the hell? Does that ridiculousness even count? Your devil's proof is valid. Agreed. It's a valid devil's proof. Battler-kun can claim that a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it's constructed. He doesn't even have to argue that. I want to see if there is like a magical stake gun. I really want to see what it looks like. I just think that'd be cool. The witch's side cannot object to this move. Try Hempel's Raven. I don't really understand Hempel's Raven. And I think I need to like watch a video about it so I can understand it a little better, but like, try it. It was brought up this chapter, or this episode. I wish they were called chapters. I hate that it's episodes. It's a visual novel. I want to call it a chapter. Ugh. Episodes are for like anime, or like TV. Not bad. How pushy. Well, there's this ill-natured witch who trained me well. Okay, having them kind of sweet-talk each other like that, I kind of ship them. This is check, okay? Once again, my Battler-Beatrice ship kind of gets a little better. Try saying in red that Aunt Ava didn't take a step out of that room. That's right, you shouldn't even be able to say it. If you can't say it, it's over. Checkmate. That's so irrational. This is messed up. Those are the rules of this game. How about some black tea first? Battler's kind of destroying her right now. And some delicious cookies as well. I don't need all that. That pisses me off. So, you fight like a coward just because you can't win with magic. I don't get irritated. Drink some black tea or something. I'll take mine straight. Straight? No sugar? No honey? This guy's insane. What about you, Beato? I am fine. More importantly, Battler, don't let your guard down. Your opponent is only unfamiliar with the rules. This will only really start once your opponent gets the gist of it. But I'll crush her. I'll thoroughly crush her, because she isn't a witch. If I accept her as a witch, all your stubbornness will count for nothing. I don't care what kind of logical... Okay. I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. I'll crush her with all my heart and soul. Battler's side then stuck with the Ava culprit theory to explain Kraus and Natsui. I think it's even easier with them. There has to be like some secret way out of this. There has to be a secret way out of this guest house, because elsewise, how would Ava have gotten out in the first place to go look for the gold at the beginning of this episode. The 7th and 8th Twilights in the exact same way. Like, this is what Ava Beatrice needs to do is be like, there's no hidden doors or no hidden rooms in the guest house. And that would be like a good attack from her. But I don't even think it's sufficient evidence one way or the other. I don't think it matters. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Ava and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. What was their cause of death? Strangling with a rope-like object. How could she have strangled both of them, though? Because strangling somebody takes a lot of effort. She's strong, certainly, but how was she able to take care of both of them without the other one fighting back while she was strangling the other? How is Battler going to explain that? If that's what it looks like, and there's like ligature marks on their necks. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava. Back then, Ava had claimed that they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stakes shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time all by herself. Well, Battler, you could also say, like, oh, maybe she put, like, sleeping pills in their tea or something. I don't know. You could speculate any amount of things. Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Ooh, I don't like the sound of the wind and rain. The sound of the wind. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up. Having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. I see. I'm finally starting to get the knack of it. I won't let you have things your own way anymore. This time, let me take the initiative. Ronave, reconstruct the 4th through the 6th Twilights. That was, pick out Ushiramiya Kairi. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph, Kairi, and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilight. What is she thinking? Why would she return once more to a situation where she's lost? I see. This is an unusual attack, and not one... and one you do not use. Be careful. Is she gonna shift the blame to Hideyoshi or Kairi? I guess Kairi. At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house. They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day. However, in the end, 3 of them went out for food. That's right. In the end, 3 people went outside to get food. It's a pain, so I'll add in some red and say it. Kairi didn't think that they needed food. Since going without food for about a day wouldn't kill them, she claimed that they should not leave the guest house, and yet she herself suggested that they leave the guest house to get food. Okay. So maybe she had other motives as to why she wanted to do that. Not necessarily to kill Hideyoshi and Rudolph. That doesn't make sense to me. But maybe she wanted to get Hideyoshi on his own. And Ava figured that out and tried to kill them. And successfully killed them. Isn't that a contradiction? I don't think that's that strong of an argument, really. Yes, a spectacular contradiction. A contradiction exists in Kairi's pattern of behavior. I don't think it's that big of a deal. That contradiction was created by me with magic. In other words, I controlled Kairi using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside. Ridiculous. There's no way that kind of magic exists. It's a devil's proof, right? Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence. And I don't bear the responsibility of acting out that magic for you. And yet, you have even less room to counter this argument. Not really. I kind of disagree, Ava Beatrice. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way. Yes, it truly is a spectacular move. Battler-sama, your response, if you please. That's a weird strategy she's taking. So just what is this? She's placed a Pierce attacking Ushiramiya Kairi's pattern of behavior. I don't really get why they're trying to convince us to suspect Ava in the first place, like within the context of this greater game that Battler and Beatrice are playing. Kairi's pattern of behavior had her saying that they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food. And yet she herself took the initiative, taking the contradictory action of going outside to get food. Unless you can explain this contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim that magic was the cause. Yeah. Well then, that's probably like what Kairi-san thought in the beginning. But she thought through a few things midway, then changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary. It'd be bad if, when things got tough, we were so angry that we had no energy and, well... She's claiming that this change of heart was due to magic. In short, while it might be extremely difficult, you must explain the reason for Kairi's change of heart. What are you saying? You're talking about the inside of Kairi-san's head, right? Can I also summon Kairi-san's ghost and question her? Beato, can you call Kairi-san here or something? She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side. Sorry. Ah, fuck! She was probably thinking of us kids and on the whole thought that food was necessary, and you must present your claim through objective means. You'll need concrete proof that Kairi changed her mind and decided that food really was necessary for some specific reason. Like Ava was sick? Or maybe she's pregnant? I don't know. Maybe Kairi's pregnant again, I don't know. Someone heard her say that, if it's written down somewhere. Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down. Therefore, you can only speculate as to what was inside Kairi's mind. So it's impossible to... This isn't that strong of an attack. I really don't think this is that strong, Beatrice. Maybe she just saw, like, Rudolph, like, being so adamant about getting food, along with Hideyoshi. She was like, fuck it, I just don't want to see these two assholes get killed some stupid-ass way, and she decided to tag along. You can't look into somebody's heart of hearts like that. Isn't it? No, it's not time for Battler to resign. It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of heart. And it is impossible to crush all those endless possibilities. A detestably spectacular move. If Battler-sama were to have a method of countering, it could probably only be that move. What move is that? Well, I wonder what kind of move it could be. I have the feeling that it was Milady's specialty, but I cannot remember. Is he gonna do Hempel's Raven? Even though I don't get Hempel's Raven yet, and I need to watch a video to get it, because I'm kind of stupid. Quit being stingy and tell me. Beatrice, no answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves. Think. Think in your own way. Why don't you resign right now? And I'll corner you even more with red. Oh yeah, they're gonna use Hempel's Raven. Equal sign. Until the last instant before she died, Kairi's behavior pattern of not going to get food equals... Well, maybe something else came up. And yet, she took the initiative and headed towards the mansion. And she was pushing a cart, ready to carry food. Why that contradiction? Maybe they weren't going to get food. Fuck, I had to look at the red text again. God damn it. Because I controlled her with magic. This is proof that my magic exists and that I am a witch. Shut the fuck up. Are you saying that she never even changed her mind? That the whole time, until she died, Kairi-san thought, we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion. Then why did she step forward herself and say that they should go to get food and go to the mansion? Are you saying that Kairi-san was being controlled with magic? That's stupid. How should I break through this magic? Maybe she just got really hungry. If only Kairi were here and just told us the reason behind her change of heart. No, I've already been told and read that she never even changed her mind. What should I do? There's no move that the human side can counter with. The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the witch, right? Even if I lose in a lot of areas, if I can win in just one, that alone can display the existence of a witch. In other words, Battler-kun has no way of denying witches other than a complete victory. How truly funny that even though you thought you could corner me and call me Ava, it's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kairi-san's head, right? Just do it. Resign. If only you just accept it. If only you just lose. Damn it! It's impossible for a human to prove. I can't do anything but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted. Hempel's Raven, Battler! Use Hempel's Raven! Furthermore, I can't deny the magic based on conjecture alone. To break through it, I need objective proof as to why Kairi-san had a change of heart. Damn it. It's been said in red that no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food. What should I do? Damn it. Damn it. Battler-sama, is this your resignation? Not going to get food equals not going to the mansion. Everybody has contradictory thoughts. I wouldn't... humans are contradictory in and of themselves, Battler. I really don't think this is that big of a deal. Which actually do contradict each other. You can understand. It's impossible to understand and impossible to interpret. The darkness is all of the witch. Come on. It's useless to think, so quit, okay? You just can't deny witches. After all, I exist right here. I am the Golden Witch. I stole that name from the former witch over there. What the fuck is going on here? You can't deny that I am Beatrice. Damn it. You have no right to use that name. And yet I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands. What am I missing? But even so, he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler-sama, your time limit is over, so will you resign? The human side has no move in response. It will Wait! There is a counter. What did you say? Huh? What kind of move could possibly exist, Predecessor Sama? Won't you tell me what kind of move could deny this magic of Beatrice's? You can't. It's impossible. If the proposition that not going to get food equals not going to the mansion cannot be explained by itself, I will explain it from a contrapositive. In short, you can also explain it with she still went to the mansion equals she had a goal other than food. Yeah. Oh wait, I just said that like 20 minutes ago. I think she wanted to corner Hideyoshi. This is my specialty, Temple's Raven. Then it is... This is less my specialty, Hempel's Raven, than it is Battler's specialty, chessboard thinking. If it was impossible for Kairi to have gone to the mansion with food as a goal, then we can only explain it by saying she had another reason that got her to go outside despite that. In other words, if we can prove that she had such a goal, we can defeat this magic. I see. Beatrice has in fact helped him. So she didn't go to the mansion with food as the goal, but she had a different goal. And she said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal. True enough. It might be possible to find an explanation that way. But how? Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kairi's death. We cannot summon a ghost, but inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side. Yes, there's no is she actually pregnant? I'm gonna lose my shit if she's pregnant. I shall reconstruct these rooms. That's such a shit theory. I fucking take it back. We cannot call Kairi's ghost here, but by finding out what Kairi left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon. Fine, search as much as you want. Shit, I gotta be right back. I'm sorry, guys. We love going AFK. We love ditching the stream like 2 times in 30 minutes. Even if but briefly. Alright, and let me take off the text. So we're good. Yep. If I just said it and read a short while ago. I just said it and read a short while ago. Kyrie did not leave anything written down. No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out? We may find nothing, but Battler's grinding his teeth, fighting to think of a move to break through you. This is all that I can do. Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall. I went to the sauna earlier with my friend. Oh, that's nice. I feel like I would just pass out in one of those things. I don't know. Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kyrie's corpse, and wandered around observing. I'm completely clueless when it comes to fighting on the human side. We need to find evidence, right? Then what should I search for? The great lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling around. And she's even indecently searching a corpse? That look suits you. Say whatever you wish. I cannot do any more than this. I care not how I am despised. However, I cannot throw Battler away, as he is fighting for my honor. Even if I must crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh, I must answer that responsibility. It can get pretty hot. Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Kyrie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor was a handkerchief, tissue, a key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100 yen coin. Is there anything on the handkerchief? There was no special suspicious object. Although Beato was down on all fours being sneered at, that was all she could find. What's with that seedy looking trash? How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Worthless, worthless. Are you a moron? How could you be so lame? And right after you cut in between us, talking so tough. Pathetic. How embarrassing. If only you just give up and die. The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. But Beato hung her head, trying to withstand the shame. Milady, are you finished with your inspection? Indeed. I will not find any more than this. Why does she have a cigarette butt in her fucking pocket? That's weird. Can you make any count from this evidence? If not, then the human side must resign. I don't think I can pull anything together with this, so I would love to see what Battler can get. Obviously, don't any room to argue back. Oh, I guess it said she left nothing written, so it's not like it's gonna be written down for her. You don't have any room to argue back. I'm a witch. You cannot break through my magic. You're no longer anything but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Come on, pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like and just try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? And why is that? It's because I'm a witch. It's because you're just a loser without a name. Something should be here. Lose heart. I will not lose heart. No matter how much I'm sneered at, Battler is fighting for my honor. So for the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. As Beato held back the tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find she tried to find if Kyrie was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight. Searching earnestly, however, nothing more came up. Damn it. Please, Ushirimiya Kairi, you must save your son from his plight. Please, after death, lend me power for his sake. However, Kairi's body did not answer. It was only natural that a corpse would remain silent. Dead men tell no tales. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who had lost the endless magic. It's pointless, pointless, pointless. Toying with the dead is a privilege only for witches. For you, who is neither a witch nor even a human, no one exists who will lend you a hand. You'll be alone for all eternity. You have no witch or human allies, and no one will save you. If that's frustrating, why don't you cry? If only you'd apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm so useless." Sorry, Battler, I couldn't help you at all. No, that's enough. Thanks, Beato. I won't waste your efforts. I don't need consoling. How could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish. I have a good idea. There's a cigarette butt in her fucking pocket. What's that? So how could you possibly strike back with this? Isn't Hideyoshi a smoker? I mean, I don't know. Hideyoshi is a smoker. What if they went to go take a smoke? Why do I really like that? What if... Because they mentioned the very, very beginning of this episode, super very beginning, that Ava can't stand it when Hideyoshi smokes. And we knew Rudolph smoked too. So what if they went for a smoke and Ava went and killed them? I really, really freaking like that. Battler, please, I'm giving you my energy. The smoker argument needs to happen right now. He didn't want to smoke in the same house as his wife because he didn't want to upset her, so they decided they were going to go to the mansion and get food and have a smoke. I don't know. Maybe they were all smokers. I don't know if Kyrie's a smoker, but sure, for the sake of the argument, why not? Maybe they all just wanted some ciggies. 500 cigarettes. In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kyrie had left behind with her fist, Battler was also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks... Oh, I think I got it. I think I fucking got it. He moved that hand to the ground, picked up the cigarette butt, and held it up over his head. I think I'm right. I think I'm right as fuck. I think I'm onto something at least. What are you trying to say with that trash? Kairi-san doesn't smoke. But Kairi also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance, it naturally looked as though Kairi had a smoking habit. Dad smoked, but Kairi didn't. But she did walk around with just a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes. Ha! So what? If the husband smoked, then even if the wife didn't, it wouldn't be strange for her to be holding a cigarette. Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of her husband who had bad smoking manners. What are you trying to say? What does this have to do with my magic? Nothing at all. I'll say more. This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. Sorry, Beato. Could you look in the pockets of Dad's corpse, too? He's got Lucky Strikes. Indeed. You mean this? Checking the brand. The brand is different from the cigarette butt. The cigarette butt Kyrie is holding is not the same brand that Rudolph smokes. And so what? Maybe Kyrie is just a good girl who likes to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and picked it up. I wouldn't, though. Beato, sorry, but one more time, please. Uncle Hideyoshi's pockets? In this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi's... I'm so fucking smart sometimes, it scares me. Never mind, I take that back. I'm not that smart. It's here. Is this it? Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out, and held it up. Checking the brand. We acknowledge that the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes. And so what? How can you break my magic because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kyrie's pocket? Right. This cigarette butt is a message from Kairi-san. No, this cigarette butt is itself the reason why Kairi-san left the guest house. Beato, thank you. If you hadn't found this, I would have given up here. I'm so proud of both of them, and me just like 30. I get like 5% of the good job. Virgilia, reconstruct the situation. The guest house, after it came to light that Aunt Rosa and Maria had been killed on the second twilight. Understood. Reconstructing now. After Rosa and Maria's deaths, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows in the mansion. They constructed a barricade. They reconfirmed that their defenses were solid. There's nothing suspicious about that at all. What are you trying to say? Why are you bringing up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth twilight and after? Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him. What? Okay. I'm finally starting to see why Kairi-san went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket. It was because that cigarette butt meant something. Maybe Kairi was like killed immediately because it said it was only in her stomach. So maybe the reason why she put the cigarette butt in her pocket was to show that that's why her, Hideyoshi, and Rudolph had left, was so they could like take a break and smoke or something. Well, I guess so she would be with them. That cigarette butt was itself a message left by Kairi-san for us. Then let's hear it. How do you plan to deny me with a single cigarette butt? As we've heard, after the second twilight, an inspection was done on all the rooms in the guest house. At that time, Kairi-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be. Something that shouldn't exist? What do you mean by that? It's this. This cigarette butt. Hideyoshi smoked a cigarette butt in Ava's room while she was... She found that cigarette butt in the room when she searched it. Which means Ava could not have been in that room because Hideyoshi was smoking. We know Ava doesn't want to be in the same room as Hideyoshi when he's smoking. Yeah. This was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in. What? What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray? Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head? Aunt Ava hated smoking. There's no way that there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping. However, there was a cigarette butt in the ashtray. When she saw that, Kairi-san noticed immediately. Uncle Hideyoshi was lying. She realized that Aunt Ava hadn't really been sleeping, and that she'd snuck out of the room. Repeat it. The cigarette butt was crushed out of the... This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were resting. I refuse. I finally got it. Thank you, Beato. What? Was I of some use? Yeah, you were. Tear it. We'll tear the mask off the fake witch. From that cigarette butt, Kairi realized that Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Ava's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to withstand the tension and smoke. Then Kairi had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed that there was a good chance that Ava was the culprit and Hideyoshi was an accomplice. Next, Kairi-san proposed that they go to get food. She then asked Uncle Hideyoshi to lend a... Okay, I was right. I'm like, wait in the beginning, where he was trying to get them separate. This could only mean one thing. Kairi-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Okay, I actually was on it. Never mind. Why do I doubt myself like that? I don't know. Your Hempel's Raven is valid. Unless the witch's side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kyrie has been denied. What did you say? I deny it. Anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me, no. It wasn't Ushirimiya Eva. Eva was sleeping in her room. And try saying it. The fucking flames. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Then try saying it. Yeah, you can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat it. At that time, Ushirimiya Eva did not take a step outside her room. Thunder. What the hell is that? I'm the one who was attacking, right? Why am I the one being attacked now? When did offense and defense get reversed? I'm the one questioning you, right? The witch, me. So why? Again, repeat it. Ushirimiya Eva did not leave the room. There's no way you can say it. Thank you. I am doing pretty okay. Checkmate. Does the witch side have a move in response? There cannot be one. There's no truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. You aren't the Golden Witch. You're a human. Ushirimiya Eva! Gah! The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with the tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. This is so fucking good. It's unreal. However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return the original form of the cruel witch. Yeah, sure. If you want to call me Ushirimiya Eva, then go ahead and do that. That's right. I actually can't repulse all moves related to Ushirimiya Eva being the culprit. I may have been dragged down from the position of Golden Witch, and you might call me Ushirimiya Eva now. You know what? That by itself doesn't mean that witches and magic have been denied. I'll teach you, starting now. I'll teach you that I am not Ushirimiya Eva, nor a human, but a real witch. Take a look at this red truth. When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Ava dashed to the front parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they had gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was. So what's your point? Oh, that she was with Ava the whole time. Or that he was with Ava the whole time. At least then. So how could Nanjo have died? Poison? I don't know. Poison could do a lot of heavy lifting here. What are you trying to say? You couldn't be. Oh no. Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale. This time, I'll give you a fatal move that you won't be able to talk yourself out of. No, I'll make this move against all humans who support you. Listen carefully to my move. Stop it. That move is... Beato, stay back. I'll take it. Come on, you fake witch. I can't wait to see what this is. After Jessica was injured, Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither the culprit nor an accomplice. It could be anything, really. Like, Hideyoshi's not really dead. It could have been Hideyoshi that did it. I mean, we know the guns and the master key were gone after they were murdered, so it very well could have been Hideyoshi who was still actually alive. Faking it. Yeah, that's fine. That's a fine theory. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Ava's alibi, actually. Yeah, fuck her. What? Come on, Battler, remember the fact that they... Let's see you solve this one, Mr. Cigarette Detective. I'll seal you. And humans as well, in a red barrier that certainly cannot be escaped from. Farewell, lonely humans. Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room magic with no... I don't buy that. They never mentioned Hideyoshi was dead. They refused to answer all the corpses were dead in the 4 through 6 Twilights. That's bullshit. Come on, listen carefully. Listen to the red truth. There are no more than 18 humans on this island. Red web? Okay. Throw away your foolish thoughts of mysterious people hiding and committing crimes. But if I say it that way, you might also suspect animal culprits. I mean, I have suspected before that a bear could have done this. I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as a human. So I'll change it like this. No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. That's how it is. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people. Didn't she just end the game with this sentence? I feel like she just ended the game with this. Witches are not humans. Next, I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on this island. Kinzo is dead, Kraus is dead, Natsui's dead, Hideyoshi's dead. Shit! Well, maybe he... George is dead, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, Genji, Shan, Yoda, Kumasawa, Ojo. Those 15 are all Could have been a trap, I don't know. What am I missing? I'm still not. So she just. I'm still not over it, even though she just said they are dead. Maybe. I don't know. It feels like there could be a trap. I don't know. I don't feel like that's a very sound argument. And Battler is alive. Ava is alive. Jessica is alive. That's everyone. All 18 of them. Which means that when the last victim, Nanjo, died, only 3 people, Battler, Ava, and Jessica, were alive, right? What did you say? Damn it, you don't mean... Ava was with you the whole time. So committing a crime was impossible for her. Committing a crime. Not committing a murder. Committing a crime. What is she? No, it just doesn't make sense to me like that. It can't be poison. Unless there is some trap she activated. I don't know. Of course, Battler-kun isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her, and he took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching over her actions carefully. No chance existed for her to do anything suspicious. So... only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room. And I know what you're thinking. Next move will be this, right? There's also a chance that Jessica is the culprit. No, it's not. I don't even care about that. That's not even on my freaking, like, mind right now. She was not involved with Nanjo's murder. Her eyes were completely covered. It'd be impossible for her to carry out a murder like that. Well, to me, it's possible. It's not it's possible that it could have been... I don't know. Fuck. This is a bit suspicious because her eyes were covered. I mean, Nanjo's dead. Here's a bonus. Neither Ava nor Hideyoshi. Involved. Whoops. Wait a sec. That doesn't make sense. There were only 3 humans, then a murder occurs. Well, is it a murder? There's gotta be a better... I'm missing something. I'm not remembering something. Maybe that's to deal with the fact that we don't know about Nanjo's alibi, really. I mean, he spent most of the day reading alone. Who's to say Nanjo was even murdered? Maybe he just died? The culprit... Okay, never mind, I'm wrong. I'm I'm still over the fact that maybe Hideyoshi could have set up a trap before he died. Like like maybe Rudolph and Kairi got into like a battle, not a battle, but like they fought Hideyoshi. They were able to mortally wound him, but before he died, he set up like a trap of some sort that was able to take Nanjo out or something. Or maybe Kinzo has the place like trapped in some way. I don't know. I'm missing something. I really am. In other words, it was one of the survivors. Get it? No, that's right. What about multiple personalities? Just like how you were originally another personality on Ava's. Let's say Jessica had another witch-like personality, which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo. That's not how I would have taken it, but okay. Moron. I've already said it in red. Jessica's eyes were completely covered and murder was impossible for her. No matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body. Why not? That's a dumb question. I wonder if he'll be satisfied if I say it this way. No actions caused by Jessica's body had any relation to or influence on the murder of Nanjo. But they still wouldn't say, back when the 4th through 6th Twilights happened, that everybody was dead. That just seems like, that seems to me to be the key to this. This also applies to Battler and Ava. Okay. In other words, no matter how much you try to struggle and interpret it, neither Jessica nor Battler nor Ava is the culprit who killed Nanjo. Or it could have been George, for all we know. Using the same logic. I mean, I'm not even over the whole idea of, like... I don't really even think the whole thing with George has been answered right. I think I should... I'm missing that, too. I mean, I've thought about different personalities before. I mean, the only other person, I mean, before I ever even considered it with Ava, which I guess I am now, the only other person I had theorized as having multiple identities was back in episode 2 when I suspected that Rosa had like a dual identity thing going with her. This is really battlering my Kinzo. I don't know what I'm missing here. I mean, everyone else is definitely dead, right? All that's left is the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory. I would table that, Battler. I don't really think that's the right way to solve this. And the trap theory. Okay, I already thought about the trap theory. The culprit is already dead, but a trap they had prepared went off. Nanjo's death was a homicide. Of course, it was a direct method of murder. Direct method. A weapon was ready and he was killed with it point blank range in front of him. The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes. And as they both looked at each other's faces, the culprit killed him. What am I missing? But wait, there are only 3 survivors. You said in red that everyone else is dead. You basically confirmed the life or death status of all 18 people. Furthermore, the existence of the 19th person has already been denied in red. In other words, no one can exist except the 3 survivors, and yet a 4th person other than those 3 appeared before Dr. Nanjo? How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists? I'm missing something. The cigarette shit felt easy. Like, I got that. But I'm totally fucking missing something here. You're lying. You're lying with the red. The red only tells the truth. Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of that which who's behind you? Of that witch who's behind you? Shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back. Damn it! Right now, I'll state it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo was me. Yeah, you're not saying that in red. A witch. The golden witch. Who can't be explained away with the 18 humans. Virgilia. Ronove. Isn't there a contradiction in this situation? I mean, I could suspect Jessica, but even then, I just don't... Well, who's to say that... Maybe? I mean, that just seems kind of bullshit to me. That doesn't seem right. But maybe Nanjo killed somebody back. Who's to say he didn't just kill some... I feel like then I'm not trying to solve the murder. I'm trying to find like a technicality by which I can ignore the red text. And I don't like that. There's something I'm missing still. I keep saying that, but yes. A red truth is valid. What an elaborate and precise cornering. How should I make a move against her? Virgilia. Aren't there any moves? I cannot think of anything. And you, Ronove? My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I have never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board lay out. I hate to admit it, but it's beautiful. What a beautiful checkmate made in red. I don't buy that. I don't think it's a checkmate. I'm missing something. The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Well, good for them. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. Ava Triss's iconic red web of truth. You know, this is the spiders have come up in this story a couple times. I don't know for what it's worth, but there was the whole thing within the second episode with Canon and the spider. Well, not canon, but like fake canon. At least what I believe is fake canon. It's kind of interesting that spiders in this story were used to counter magic, and now they're being used to represent magic. So what am I missing? There's absolutely no weak points in her red. No, Battler, you're just not thinking right. She had said in red that all 15 people had died. She didn't say when they died. She said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, no more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Ava, existed. Even though none of those 3 people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. I'm still not over the idea that somebody could have killed Nanjo and died immediately after. Somewhere hidden. And without a doubt, Dr. Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. And she's saying that that person is a witch? The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort. That has already been dealt with in red, right? Everything other than humans has been completely removed from the consideration. Even things like robots don't work. Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board. What? She's literally just killing her own argument. It can't be a witch then. Therefore, I can also say this. The one who... Yeah, she's digging her own grave here. The one who killed not... She doesn't understand what she's doing. Human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it, right before his eyes. However, that human may have been able to use magic set in white. In other words, it was a witch. In other words, it was me, the Golden Witch Beatrice. I feel like I need one of those like diagrams where it's like, are all humans witches? Not all humans are witches, but all witches are human. Did his battler ground his teeth. His knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. However, his knees had already started to accept surrender. No, it's bullshit. Yeah. Oh, did you kneel? That's right. You're already starting to understand the Golden Witch does exist. And like that Golden Witch Beatrice is me. Come on. Praise me. Now praise the resurrection of the true witch. Alright, let's pop it. Now praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch Beatrice. On the 9th twilight the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. What was that noise? I'm still not over this. I don't understand. You're being so thoroughly immobilized by the red. I don't have a clue anymore. Battler, don't lose heart. You and I promised that we would fight each other again, right? Will you surrender here? Will you disappear in a place like this before fighting with me again? I don't want to break that promise. However, I can't think of any move to deny her. In the first place, this isn't even a puzzle. Nothing exists outside the suspects, and all the suspects are innocent. I was told they were innocent in red, right? Also that it was a real homicide, and that the culprit was human, and that they did appear before Dr. Nanjo's eyes and killed him. I give up. There's nothing I can do. Please, Battler, don't give up. Don't lose heart. If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. I'm begging you, don't lose heart. I'm cheering you on, so don't lose. I can't think of anything anymore. I find myself thinking I don't. I find myself thinking she's gotta be a witch who must have done it with magic, which makes all thinking pointless. It's useless. My head hurts. My brain's tired. I'm starting to think that thinking's pointless, so I should just stop. Battler, listen. In the game of chess, both sides do all they can to make the other lose. So a single game takes a long period of time. Or if you're just me and you play chess, you lose, because I'd rather just talk when I play chess. But however, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. Oh, like when I'm playing chess against my family. That is called a fool's mate. A fool's mate is, simply put, a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered. Opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, I don't think that's necessarily true. Especially if you're playing with like some sort of timer. I have lost a chess game in 4 moves, in like 5 moves, however. I was playing in high school against a guy that was a lot smarter than me. He put me in checkmate in 5 moves. It was super embarrassing. But I also don't really know how to play chess. My only real chess experience was like playing it with my buddy on the bus in high school when we were in band. So I don't know. I'm just not very good at chess. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they are compelled to take a painfully long period of time. But if one side decides to lose, the game can be ended far too easily at any time. When the human side stops thinking, it hands the problem before its eyes. It hands the problem before its eyes over to the witch. And even an apple falling from a tree can be immediately resolved as the work of magic. It is the same for the witch's side. Witches use the red truth. By using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans and immediately lose. I think she's told more than she should. This Ava Beatrice. I think she's said more than, like, she said a human did it. I don't think a witch did it. I'm just missing the right freaking details that make me think otherwise. You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me to not stop thinking, right? However, how should I counterattack that person's perfect bright red move? For me? For humans? It's no longer possible. No, it's not. Is it impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Please don't lose heart. I don't think it is. You need her to say more things in red. Sorry. I've reached my limit. Battler scratched the floor, crying heavily. Don't give up! Beata watched that with a distressed face. Then she stood up and spoke to the witch. I will make a move as a counter to yours. Oh? Huh? I wonder just how you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate. How can this checkmate one totally impossible for humans to break, be defeated by the likes of you. Beatrice, you don't mean to... Indeed. If a human cannot make a move, I will assault you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch. A move you can use because you're a witch? What are you planning to do? I will use the red, to deny witches. Beatrice, milady! The teacher and the butler were both startled. I also immediately understood what it meant. To use the red that only witches could use? To use the red to deny witches. It was like using her own sword to slit her own throat. And this is when Battler reconsiders her as an opponent. What? Hey, what are you saying? Deny witches with red? Quit talking like an idiot. If you do that, you don't get away unscathed either. You are not a witch. And I am not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult, and I have much, much farther to go. Very well then. Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place. I will strip this deception away myself. Aren't both of us real, obvious witches? Being able to use red is itself a proof of witches. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you, but if you think that you alone will be able to get away unscathed, then how could I make such a mistake? I care not. What did you say? I never did manage to become a witch. I've done nothing more than finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch. If what I am right now is a witch, then I'm a false witch like you, one who is merely drunk on power. Rather than existing in that shabby form, I shall erase this form of mine along with you, without any regrets. Are you insane? Stop it. I still want to be a witch. I hate being human. Witch-sama, please return to your seat. He said Witch-sama. Please receive the human side's counter from your seat. What are you doing? Let go of me. Don't let that woman use red. Make her stop. Let go! As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ronove pressed down on both of her shoulders, forcing her to back into her seat. And after that, he didn't remove his hand from those shoulders. Denying witches was the same as denying magic. That included demons such as Ronove. However, instead of running away, Ronove chose to act as the facilitator for the game, and to carry out that duty for his master's sake. Beatrice, you have no regrets, right? That's my line. That's my line. Sorry, teacher. Even though you taught me so much about fun magic and magic that brings happiness, I wasn't able to use it well at all. So I'll study from square one and start over again. I am truly sorry that you had to suffer for your stupid disciple's misconduct. I had a good disciple in the very end. Go, do what you believe in. I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about. But I do understand one thing, and I can say this. Beato, I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop trying to do it. No! Let her go! Give her more rope to hang herself with. I have to be right back again. I'm sorry, this beer is right through me. It's awful. It's great beer, actually. I changed my mind. But still, I'm going to be better reading if I get about 2 minutes to get some more beer and take a break. Alright, I'm back. Man, I really wonder, after this chapter, are we really going to be praising Beatrice's noble name? I think so. I feel like my theory that these Twilights have to deal with the endings of the games, like, I'm starting to feel more right about that with this. But I still haven't figured out, because there's only 8 episodes, I still have to reckon with the fact that there's still all this. And I really don't think there's going to be individual episodes about, like, gouge the head, gouge the chest, stomach, knee, leg. I don't really know how to reckon with that. I don't really care about where the gold is. Not right now, at least, because I don't think I'm smart enough to figure it out. I just know it's fucking on the island. I know it's outside. And that you had to go through the rose garden to get to the gold. That's all I know. So, I don't know. You have no moves, but I have one. If we let that move get away, she will be revived as a witch in the truest sense. This time, she will control the whole island. All nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witch's repeating delusions for all eternity. Can you permit that? Don't you care? Don't you care if your dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that witch's nightmare? Still, you shouldn't have to sacrifice yourself. This is a game between me and her. You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself. I'll think of something. I think she's going to drop something absolutely fucking massive. Like a huge thing. It's going to be like reconsider the whole game. I'll surely think of a miraculous move. So don't rush into it. Ah, damn it. I'll definitely think of one, so don't rush into it. This game is cruel. The time limit for your consideration has already run out. I am now the only one who can do it. Calm yourself, Battler. I'll defeat her. I'll defeat that cruel witch with my own hands. Wait, Beato! Stop it! Quit it! There's absolutely no need for you to Actually, Battler, give her more rope to hang herself with. I don't get what you're on. Weren't you fighting to deny me? What a strange person. That child do as she likes. And please, watch her until the end. But... Battler, there's only one thing I ask. Would you cover your ears? Fuck! No! No, don't cover your ears, Battler. Keep them wide open. My ears? Why? Starting now, I will deny witches in red. I will slice up the game board that she's laid out for her with her red. By doing that, I will probably lose my form as a witch as well. If you also hear the red truth I speak, you will understand my true form. If you alone cover your ears, that truth will not change at all. However, even so, I want you alone to cover your ears. I at least want to be a witch in your eyes. Please. Beatrice-sama. There are no problems on the witch's side. Please, your move. Let go. I won't let you get away with this either, okay? She's insane. Do you plan on dying and taking us with you? Stop it. Don't deny it. Stop it. Maybe I'm missing something a little bigger than I thought. How unsightly for a golden witch. Okay, are you ready? I will remove your check in Battler's stead. What happened on the chessboard where 15 died and only 3 remain? Starting now, I will expose it in red. With that red truth, I will pierce and kill both fake witches. Beato turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely, no one would believe that the witch who had gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish, that she wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red was the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both of his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip. No! Fuck. I can't wait to learn what she actually told her. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red. Even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. That red was the truth. Words of power. Words that denied her own existence. Unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke. With the red truth, she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. What am I... So I guess what I'm wondering is what Beatrice said, could that be intuited upon by just the contents within this episode, or should I look broader within the whole game's narrative to figure out what's going on? She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was not permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant, Battler probably would have been able to become the victor in this game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all the magic and tricks, closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and the entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth by himself. Okay, that goes into my theory that this whole game is about resurrecting Beatrice. I don't feel like I know enough yet. Yes, from the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler reached the truth by himself. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was a truth that Battler would have been able to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and grew gradually stronger. It was the power of truth. What the fuck is going on? Its heat and brilliance like the sun shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive and burnt them to nothing. Why? Why? Why can you die? Why can you throw away your life when you have such incredible power? You hold the power to control gold, magic, and everything at will. Why can you so readily throw that away? It's my love of the game, Ava Beatrice. Learn that even with a mountain of gold, even with magic split to the sea, there are some things you can never obtain. Come, show yourself. Show your true form, Ushir Mia Ava. When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Ava could be seen there, holding a gun. You're the culprit, Aunt Ava. Took you long enough to notice, Battler-kun. Without any hesitation or mercy, Ava raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through and he fell to the floor. Man! I wonder if the last episode is going to be about the first game again. That'd be super cool. I After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. Yeah. Where are they getting these guns from? Like, exactly. Jessica had lost her eyesight alone with Battler, wolves and sheep puzzle. Is Hideyoshi a wolf in this episode? Is George a wolf in this episode? But in his last moments, he realized without a doubt that she was a murderer, and just not for killing him. There have been many murders, and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears recovered, Beato exposed all of them with the red, blasting away all magic. So, at least it seems like Ava killed Battler. Yeah. It does seem like Ava killed Battler. You know, I'm still not over this whole thing with child Ava having a different eye color. I'm not over it. And I said like maybe 6 hours ago that I was over it, but I'm not. And I actually have been milling about it in my head, and I really don't like the answer. But I'm not sure what I'm going to come to with any of it, though. I guess with this episode, I'm gonna have to explain how Dr. Nanjo died. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself didn't know the whole truth. However, now that it's been denied and read, I can see one fact which is extremely unfair for us. That it is impossible to deny all magic. So in other words, no. I must not think that. If I do, the time I spent covered my ears would be made pointless. If I'm going to regret, I can only regret my own actions. If at that time, I'd thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. It was my own worthlessness that had brought about this conclusion. Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen. For some reason, I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. You can exchange words with someone whether they're human or a witch. So if in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her. Beato. Battler, is it? It is done. I did it. Yeah. I didn't hear it. But I watched you until the very end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch. With this, I am no longer a witch. But I will definitely become a witch again. And then, that will make it so that I can be called the Golden Witch again. And once again, return. So that I can be accepted as your opponent. No, you were a witch. Huh? I saw it. But you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic, exposing her true form? I saw it with my own eyes. That wasn't magic. But the red... No, it was magic. What's going on? You definitely were the... You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. What the fuck are you doing, Battler? I kind of ship these two. You are definitely the Golden Witch. When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold, like a wheat seed, shone brightly. And even though it was small, it had a strong gold-colored sparkle. I love these two. Then it shone on the two of them, sitting with their backs together, so they became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as a consciousness. They became aware that they had bodies and definitely existed. No, perhaps we should say that they each had been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't surprised. But when Beato looked at her own form, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked just like normal. But for a short while, she was surprised by that form. Why? What is going on? The sparkle from that grain of light is slowly getting stronger. That grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. Then it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When the grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and then a deep blue ocean was spread out below them. An island rose up, trees sprouted and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. It was adorned with more and more things. Is this Kuwadorian? Made to be like the hall of the Ashiramiya mansion. No. What? Where are we? This isn't the regular spot where portraits hang. Unless it's different between the second, like when I switched from the 07th mod to from vanilla. In the middle of the fantastical hall where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out. And over time were a great many shapes. It was everyone talking together and smiling. Everyone? There was Dad and Kairi-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui and Aunt Rosa, and of course even Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. What the fuck is going on? I feel like they're praising Beatrice's name right now. George Anaki, Jessica, Maria, wait. Even Shannon-chan, Cannon-kun, Goda-san, and Kumasawa-san were here. Everyone was at the party, clapping their hands and celebrating our return. It's like Evangelion. Congratulations. What? Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive? In the Golden Land, the souls of all the dead can be revived. Welcome back, Beatrice. And welcome back, Battler-kun. Welcome to the Golden Land. I made it? I made it! To the door of the Golden Land? Yes, milady, you have finally managed to invite everyone here. Welcome, Battler-sama, to the Golden Land. Aw, get the fuck out of here, Keenzo. I don't want to see your fucking bitch ass here. Get the fuck out. Battler, so you have finally made it this far. Keenzo's such a fucking jaggerbush. I can't fucking believe it. Grandfather? Where in the world am I? My blood, which is incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins. Therefore, you were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole time. She tried everything to bring you here. What did you say? Battler-sama, if you would take your seat. Tonight's dinner is my very best work. If you would, please relish it. You should be honored. Normally, I would have eaten all of it, but I left you some out of gratitude. The 7 steaks Nachons? In the Golden Land, all those with minds are equal. Here, there are no distinction between us furniture, humans, and witches. Battler-sama, we were waiting for you. Welcome to the Golden Land. Shannon-chan, George Aniki? I still feel like this might be a dream. You should have died. But I'm alive. And everyone is here and happy. Can't believe it. That's right. This place must be a dream world. So it must be a dream that George is acting so friendly with a maid girl. Why? Could you give it a rest, Ava? For now, you gotta stay quiet and bless the 2 youngins. The Golden Land is a city of bliss. We should never quarrel here. Here, any people are free to love each other. No one needs to hesitate over it. Unlike in Japan, gay marriage is allowed in the Golden Land. Yeah. Thanks, gays. You win. Anime is famous for its love of gay people, of course. Jessica-chan, Canon-kun, you look so wonderful. I'm jealous. Maybe if I had to do like a Valley Girl voice for all the stakes, I would die. Hey, Battler. I'm a little, Battler-sama, welcome. And welcome home. Jessica was probably embarrassed because she was holding hands with Canon-kun. Aww. Canon-kun wanted to act humbly like a servant and bow, but since neither of them could let go of the other's hand, he couldn't do it well, and the whole scene looked fairly comical. With a servant child? You can't! Our Jessica cannot do such a thing! It's hardly a big deal, correct? Let her at least choose the person she likes. She can't! Jessica! Gay win. Not an anime. You can't either, George. As Aunt Natsui and Aunt Ava hugged each other, they cried tears of lesbianism for their adorable children. I mean, tears of regret for their adorable children. Even though they had always been at odds. It was a very bizarre scene. It isn't really a problem, right? It doesn't matter who likes who. That's right. It's proof that a parent's too attached to their child. Battler. No matter what kind of woman you bring home, I'll give a warm welcome, okay? Don't you dare introduce her to this man, okay? He'll get his hands on her immediately. He will. And they'll run off together right away. Battler. You finally came here. Maria, from the very beginning, you knew we'd be coming here. Ugh. That's why I wasn't scared at all. Everyone was being a coward and trembling. It was funny. Hasn't Battler just lost the game right now? Isn't that what we're seeing? Is Battler's just lost? What the hell? Even though I thought you were the most screwed up, you actually knew the truth from the beginning? How rude. I simply cannot forgive you for speaking of Lady Maria in that way. Formulating firing curve. Attack preparations ready. Lady Maria. We can attack at any... Why is Maria in caps lock? Has Maria been dead? Did they say Maria was dead earlier? Wait, the Natsui Eva ship is actually quite large? They're haters? Wait a minute. That's actually kind of huge. I kind of see it though. Enemies to lovers. Oh, that's classic. Shit. Ouch. Be quiet. You in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Come now, no need to be so stiff. Let's be considerate of their desire to joke around and have fun. More importantly, why don't we begin preparing for the toast? It's almost like they're phrasing... Whoa! Someone named Chadwick is raiding me with a party of 4. Oh, thank you so much. I don't know who you are, but I'm really thankful. Welcome to me finishing up episode 3. I think I'm finishing up episode 3. My buddy Eric said, raid somebody reading Umineko. I'm on episode 5. I'm on 3. I've lost my shit doing this. Episode 3 is my favorite so far. It's been really fucking good. Four is insane too. I can't wait to see what's in 4. I put so much freaking shit into this. I put so much effort. I can't wait to... I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stream tonight. I don't know. I haven't decided whether or not I'm gonna like save the tea parties for another stream or not. But oh my gosh, this has been so crazy. Yes, preparations for my excellent mackerel cooking are complete. And thank you for following. Oh my gosh. I've been raided in a long fucking time. I've been raided since I started streaming. Oh, thank you guys so much. You too, Eric. Thank you guys. Very well appreciated. Preparations for my excellent mackerel cooking are complete. I can serve it at any time. Hey, you people. Work a little more like furniture. No, I'm gonna stuff myself some more. Ah! Come now, come on, let's work. Don't keep the guests waiting. Oh, but you're so nice. I'm glad I rated the right person. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my god, thank you. Gosh, okay. Don't keep them waiting. Let's work studiously and attend to them. Don't let the guests do anything. Make them lazy, make them slothful, fatten them like pigs. I love that noise. Beatrice. Battler-kun, this way. Grandfather and Virgilia were standing on the landing at the top of the staircase, beckoning to us. I have such smart theories. I hope I do. All the sound effects are good in this game. Beato and I turned our heads to see what was going on and climbed the stairs together. You know, this is like totally different from the last time Battler and Beatrice finished a chapter together and she was like leading him naked by a leash. I don't know. Things have changed a bit. I think it's super interesting. I want to see how the other chapters end, because not chapters, episodes end, because the first one didn't end like this, but the second and I guess now the third that we're entering the Golden Land at this point have. I could not have predicted any of this. I remember like after I streamed like my kind of wrap-up stream for episode 2, I thought I had it all figured out and I thought I knew exactly where the plot was going. And then they revealed all that shit about Beatrice, like, in the beginning of this episode, and I lost my freaking mind. From the hall, it looked like a very high stage. Same thing happened to me. A small table had been set up there, as well as a piece of parchment and an old-fashioned quill pen. I saw that strange magical characters in Japanese were written by side. And below it, many names were written. There were 17 of them. Grandfather was the first, and everyone's names had been signed all over it. The people who arrived at the Golden Land probably signed this one after another. It's like one of those things if you're ever performing live, like as a musician, like you sign it, like a guest book, not a guest book. Oh, fuck, I forget what it's called. Battler. Now that you are here, everyone is gathered. Listen carefully. The Golden Land is not a world supported by the power of magic alone. The cooperation and approval of all humans who receive happiness here is required. For that sake, we must gather the signatures of everyone here. Last time, the doors to the Golden Land was finally open, but you refused to sign, although you probably don't remember it. What's the... Because you refused to sign, this world is once again sealed in darkness. Just hearing it like that, it sounds like I'm the only stubborn one, and that I've been a bother to everyone in various ways. This is so crazy. I've played some of the voice acting, but I like reading it myself. Because I've listened to it a little bit. I listened to it a bit at the start of the stream, but I didn't even install the 07th mod until I finished the second episode. But for me, like, giving it my own voice was just about, like... It was just about, like, giving it my own kind of spin. With, like, all of my eccentricities and whatnot, I guess. That's because your stubbornness is the real deal. It seems you receive more than just blood from Kinzo. Yeah, I've been streaming it ever since the beginning, and like all the people that come in and like chatted with me have been so nice and so kind. Beato laughed amiably. I should have felt like she was making fun of me, but without thinking, I went along with her, laughing and smiling. Magic is a miracle. Miracles cannot be made unless everyone believes. And when you believed in the end, this miracle, the Golden Land, was completed. It looks like I've been a real pain. So what should I do? First, sign here. Then, Beatrice, you sign here. Quill pens are pretty hard to use, huh? Whoa, it shot. You klutz. Shooting ink is a bad omen. Can't you at least write your name quickly? Your pen's wriggling all over the place like a worm. You should talk. Don't write it in katakana. I would assume you would have wrote Beatrice in kanji, because it's an English name. Or not an English name, but like a Western name. Beatrice is a stylish name, so write it in cursive. You're mistaking the quill in your name. You're making the quill in your name cry. Shut up. In school, didn't they tell you not to use cursive on tests? Hey, this is a solemn ceremony. Be silent. Very well. We have gathered 2 signatures, as well as the form for the covenant. Both of you, your oath, please. We'll start with Beatrice. Put your hand on the covenant and take the oath. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. Well, that sounds like fun. I never read Steins Gate, but I watched it like back when I was like, over 10 years ago. When I was like 14 or 15. It was my favorite anime of all time, but I haven't watched it since. And I feel like I can't kind of call it my favorite anime anymore because I haven't seen it in like 10 years. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. I don't even really remember how it ended. It was so long ago. Indeed, it's a little embarrassing. As a good witch, Beatrice swears to continue her studies from this point forth to bring happiness to the people. My issue, though, is there's so many games coming out that I want to stream that, like, it's gonna be tough. I think my next game I'm gonna stream after this is gonna be Rue Valley, if that's... Whenever people... Once people from the Disco Elysium community give that their blessing. Katamari? Oh, I played Katamari Damacy not too long ago. Not actually, that was a long time ago, never mind. It was like 8 years ago. Not 8 years ago. 7 years ago. 6. I was in high school, junior. Junior year of high school I played it, whatever. There's a new Katamari coming out? That's cool. Indeed, it's a little embarrassing. It's a good witch, Beatrice was... Okay, I already read that. What will you do? Acceptable. Battler is next. In the same way, Battler-kun, put your hand on the covenant and take an oath. Take the oath. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushirimiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. Yeah, I'm locking in. Ah. As a member of the Golden Land, Ushirimiya Battler swears to serve for the sake of his own happiness and that of his neighbor. I'm embarrassed too. Listen, everyone. Here and now, we have gathered the oaths of all 18 humans who accept the... I don't like this. I feel like, Battler, you're losing. You don't even realize it. When Kinzo proclaimed that, everyone applauded at once, praising us. Since I had been the only stubborn one and had just been a pain, I felt a little bad about being the most celebrated one. And with that, in accordance with the ancient rites, we ask Battler-kun to make the oath, to sign the invitation to the Golden Land. This is something that invites the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to the Golden Land. The Golden Land welcomes the Golden Witch through a consensus of those who've acknowledged it and becomes complete. Battler, I will read out loud. Listen carefully. Don't you realize what you're doing, Battler? This is so fucked up. You're accepting the existence of witches. Stop it. The 18 of us accept Beatrice as the Golden Witch and welcome her to the Golden Land. What's going on with you? You want to be invited unless I send an invitation? That does seem to be the ceremony. It feels stiff, even to me. Why don't we end it quickly? I've been so hungry for a while now. Come to think of it, I've only been pecking at canned food and haven't eaten anything good. Let's quickly finish this signing. What's this? I acknowledge you as a witch. Huh? That's pretty simple. Damn you, grandfather, exaggerating it so much. Come on, quickly. What's that evil fucking face for? I've never seen Virgilia's eyes before. I'm freaked the fuck out. She has blue eyes too. What is up with fucking blue eyes? Sign. Right here. Huh? Quickly. Sign. Oh, it's fucking starting. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. With a slightly weird and uncomfortable smiles, the two of them started demanding that I sign. Yes, Battler, you realize that this was all fucked up and that Beatrice was just doing this to be nice to you. He finally figured it out. What? Huh? At that time, an incredible sound like that of a glass window breaking reverberated through the hall. And the bustling tumult faded black into complete silence. I dropped the quill pen and turned around, trying to see what had happened. Goat alert? Oh, she's got the eagle on her. Who the fuck is this? A goat, but no servant. When I did, where had she come from? A human who clearly hadn't been there a short while ago was in the very center of the hall, looking up at us. Who's that? A girl? She's probably about the same age as Jessica and me. But I didn't know that face. None of the other people here knew that face either. Who are you? Who is this? Where did you come from? Those without invitations are not needed at my party. Servants, kick her out. As you command, surround her. 6, 7. The 7 sisters of Purgatory surrounded her from 7 directions, taking out magic blades that drew purple curves and blocking her. And from out of nowhere, shuffling goat-head servants appeared in great numbers, surrounding that girl. On top of that, the Chester sisters stood in front of Beato like a wall, readying a golden bow and pulling back the bowstring. But the girl didn't move at all. I don't know how to say that either of them. On the contrary, she was still staring at us on the landing, as though she didn't mind at all. Who is she looking at? Beato? Grandfather? Could it be me? Yes. The girl was staring straight into my eyes, glaring. Then, after our eyes met, she yelled, "You mustn't sign that. Are you going to accept your own defeat? Don't be tricked by the witch." Huh? By the witch? Huh? At that time, something incredibly strong lifted me by the nape of my neck. What's going on? And after being made to turn around behind... So Battler realized this was all finally bullshit. And that all of this has just been an elaborate fucking scheme to make Beatrice accept her. Okay. I'm finally glad that we're, like, finally realigning all this shit we've seen. As Beatrice just fucking convincing Battler, this has all been total fucking bullshit. All these fucking people, fucking the Cheester sisters, fucking Virgilia, all shit. And after being made to turn around behind me, I saw Virgilia with an eerie smile on her face and the muscular forms of goat monsters. A goat monster that looked about 2 meters tall was grabbing me with an arm as thick as a log. There's no need to listen to an uninvited guest. Come, offer your signature as well. On this written oath, Ushirmiya Battler acknowledges the existence of witches. From now, sign the written oath. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it, let go! As the goat monsters held me down with the power of a vice, they forced me to grab the quill pen. I couldn't even touch the floor with my feet, much less resist. Battler, why are you resisting? Weren't you just about to sign willingly? Don't change your mind now, after all that, okay? Didn't you think for an instant that it might be okay to acknowledge witches? You thought that, right? I was... tricked? That's insane. Beato, isn't that kind of... Sorry, Battler. I am that kind of person. It's useless now. It looks like sentimental sob stories. It looks like sentimental sob stories don't suit me. Teacher, I'm counting on you to use all your strength. That was such a plain role to play. I got so bored. I don't know who you are, girl, but I'll beat you to death. Mash you and crush you until threads start trailing, okay? I'll make you regret being born a woman. As Beato waved her gold pipe, the massive chandelier hanging in the hall was electrocuted, and from that, a terrible... What the fuck is going on? We're back into shonen slop terror. I've had too many fucking beers. I've not had too many beers. That's such a fucking lie. And from that, a terrible purple thunderbolt fell. It should have been a direct hit on the girl right below it, turning her to ash. However, not a single hair was singed. What does Nanjo have to do with anything? Oh, so your sudden appearance here wasn't just a fluke. Tell me, state your name. I don't have any name to give you. More importantly, you idiot. How long are you gonna be tricked? You softly. Figure it out already. This is all the witch's trap. Those words were aimed at me. This is all the witch's trap, she says? That can't be. Beato reformed and swore to become a good... That's bullshit. Why'd you ever buy that? I'm on episode 5 and I still don't think I trust George. I only don't trust George because George has a child bride, and I just don't know how to feel about that. Well, I do know how to feel about that. And it's actually really fucking disturbs me. Beato. All this about traps. It's a lie, right? Please tell me it's a lie. Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me, but look how great it turned out. Apparently, if you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft at the right moment, you can spark a huge bump in your affection meter, right? They got me to simp for Beatrice for like 3 minutes. Good for them. I've heard villains who start all lovey-dovey and then freak the shit out once they're all out or all the rage these days, right? I've even studied a bunch of those manga, anime, and I don't know what galgay is. Hold up, I have to look that up. What is galgay? B-shoujo game. Pretty girl game. Oh, it's like choose your own adventure books. Okay, thank you, Wikipedia. You see? And for you, just as expected, it was tears please, and you're down. Idiot. What a truly simple person. I'll call this the North Wind and the Sun strategy. That's not... Damn you. Bastard! How could you trick me? Yes, that expression suits you the most. That caring expression of yours really doesn't suit me after all. It made my back itch, and I was frantically trying not to let it get to me. Unfortunately, I hate to break this to my chat. I'm pretty sure I know who this person is. I'm like 90% certain I know who this is because I saw it in the Steam trading cards when I bought the fucking sequel. When I bought the Answers arc. I'm pretty sure I know who it is. I'm pretty sure this is Angie. But I have no clue what any freaking... That's how it was spoiled for me, okay? I'm pretty sure it's Angie. I have no clue what any of the implications are that it's Angie. I'm just pretty sure that it's Angie. Or I called her Anga for fucking 80 hours, so I was frantically trying not to let her get to me. Cackle, 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 cackle. Too bad. Witches never reform, Star. I don't feel proud just because I bought the fucking Ansys arc and looked at the Steam trading cards. You take care of the signature, teacher. This uninvited guest is my prey. Come, you can no longer refuse to sign. Come on, look. I still have no idea what's going on with Virgilia. Sign it and offer your body, your mind, and your... I guess maybe Virgilia is just all fucking made up. Backgrounds and cards. When Virgilia lifted her chin as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more I have to be right back. I'm sorry. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Okay, oh wait, let me get rid of the be right back text too. Awesome. When Virgilia lifted her chair as a signal, the goat monsters, with an even more vice-like power, forced my arm to approach the parchment. Ow, 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 ow. These guys are trying to make me sign, even if it breaks my arm. Oh, the shield? Whose shield is that? Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. I will say here, almost everyone I've seen didn't suspect Beato was tricking Battler at all episode 3, like 100 out of 100, but you literally predict. I did! I look at the bigger game. I don't just look at the what's going on in the episode. It's about the greater game going on. And all I see is just like the same story being told over and over again. And I want to suspect Beatrice is evil. Because I don't want to lose sight of what Battler's trying to do, which is ultimately to prove that none of the 18 did it. And it's not magic. That's the ultimate, like, final position. Then a bright red light burst open with me at the center, knocking the witches and the goat monsters away. Did that girl save me? But who in the world is that? I don't have a clue. How long do you plan to keep up playing in a place like this? Give it a rest. I'm jealous of you. I'm glad you saved me, but that's a pretty cruel way to say it. Sorry, but who are you? Witch of Rokenjima, give him back. Who would do that, you fool? Battler's my toy. My most favorite toy in the world. I won't get tired of him. I won't throw him away. And I won't hand him over to anyone. Even Battler's enjoying this to the fullest. Together with me, he is having so much fun playing. No matter who you are, I won't let you get in the way. Yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. It makes me so jealous, it ticks me wrong. Here you are in a place like this, guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone. Oh man, that's some good beer. Guffawing and having a loud, noisy time with everyone. All these beautiful witches around to pamper you. You must be having so much fun that you don't even want to go back. Just like Homer. It's great because I drink really cheap beer too. I'm having a little thirsty Thursday, I'm afraid. Love Beatrice so much, need to tattoo her on my back. She's so awesome. Are you talking to me? Wait. You've got the wrong idea. This is a pain for me, too. What do you mean, fun? You don't know what I've been through. What you've been through? You had fun living with mom and dad, and you played around with all the cousins. And you get to play with these wacky witches for all eternity? Don't you recognize the happiness you have? Can't you see how jealous of you I am of you all? So much that I wish I could join in too. I wanted to get the one-winged eagle somewhere. That's badass. ass. I'm sorry, but I'll have to turn you down there. I'm satisfied with the toy I have. A rude toy like you is not fitting for my toy box. Yes, I understand. Who would ever play with someone like you? But I will thank you just a little. That's a red truth. For letting me meet everyone like this. Who are you? You couldn't be. I see. Is that... Yes, I understand. I know who you are. I see. So you are the Peace Lady Barncastle. Why didn't... Barncastle did it. Barncastle's the Witch of Miracles, so I want to know what the fuck's going on here. How amusing. Why don't I formally invite you to my party? I'll welcome you fully. Next chapter. Okay. I'll play nicely. Break you, kill you, crush you, turn you to ash, mix you with bread dough, and bake you until you're fluffy. Ah, it's useless. It's all useless. You can't do that. On the Rokenjima of 1986, I'll expose everything that happened in the light of day. I'll show you that before the truth, you're like an icicle scared of the coming spring. Prepare yourself, Golden Witch. Beatrice. I knew Angie was in this game, but I have no fucking clue what she's gonna do. Beatrice. Died on the 9th Twilight. I wonder what it's gonna say about Ava. Oh, it didn't say she died. That's crazy. Yoshirimiya Angie. Kinzo, died in the 1st Twilight. Kraus died on the 7th. Natsui died on the 8th. Jessica died on the 10th Twilight. Returned alive. Died on the 9th Twilight. Rudolph died on the 4th Twilight. Died on the 2nd. I'm still not over the fact that they never confirmed that everybody was dead for the 4th and 6th Twilights. Nanjo died on the 9th. Genji died on the 1st. All the servants died on the 1st. I can't believe they killed Maria either. I was never suspecting they would, like, actually kill a child like that. Maybe I've played too many Bethesda games. Virgilia, Ronovan, Lucifer. This isn't like the other credits. I think that's interesting. Leviathan. Satan. Belphegor. Mammon. Cheester 410, Cheester 45. I really liked this episode. I thought it was super tightly written. I think compared to the previous episodes, which I think got a little wordy sometimes. Oh, thank you, Sid. Victor is now the new Golden Witch. Ava Beatrice is up. The 17 are all died. When the seagulls cried, there was but one survivor. I have all my VODs uploaded on YouTube. Well, not all of them. I just uploaded the rest of them today, and they're all going to be coming out over the next couple days. So I don't like spam my YouTube like subscribers shit with stuff. So I'll have the rest of my VODs coming out over the next couple days. Addition of new features. The goal in which is prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Okay. And there's my achievement. Yeah, I stream around. I've been streaming Monday through Thursday. Oh, Sid, you're like plugging me. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna do at least one tea party. We'll see how I feel. But I'm not busy until like 5 o'clock tomorrow, so. I read everything pretty much out loud, so Sid is my PR department. Oh, I don't have episode 3 tips. I guess I have to go through the tea party. Okay, let's do that. Oh, God. It's kind of scared me too, I'm not gonna lie. I never expected Lady Barncastle's piece to barge in at the very end. I searched all over the place for a piece fitting for a game with you. I was sure you'd like it. What was that piece? Who was that person? Who was it? She didn't say her name. That's mean. Hey, don't you think that's too... I have a general idea. Or rather, I imagine most people would have figured it out. Most people? Well, I don't get it. And it was a character's first appearance, wasn't it? Many have appreciated my Lambda Delta reading. If she doesn't say her name, I won't understand, the players won't understand, and no one will understand, right? They said her name, Lambda Delta. I have claimed canon Lambda Delta voice. It is mine. Beato, don't bother telling her. See? Isn't she a funny kid? Indeed. Lady Lambda Delta's innocent airhead side is truly precious and amusing. Cackle, cackle. Come on, come on. Why won't you tell me, you meanie? In exchange, I'll teach you a special secret that only I know. So tell me. Oh, a special secret, you say? I want to hear. I want to hear. Blair. If you want me to tell you, first tell me what the name of that girl really was. The secret I know sure is awesome. After all, it's about as awesome as knowing that Santa-san is actually... What? Is actually what? Okay. Huh? I said it, Star. Sorry. I bet you're shocked that it turned your world upside down, right? Virgilia comes back in the 4th episode? That kind of surprises me. So, your father was the one who came to your place, Lambda? He came? Wait. What do you mean? Is her dad Santa? Like, is that just like a casual detail I have to accept now? Lord Santa Claus only visits the home of children with pure hearts. I guess he didn't come to your place, did he? Well, Lord Santa Claus is gracious. Unless you're a really bad scoundrel, he'll give you a present. After all, he even gave them to me. As you grow and your heart is hardened, he stops coming, doesn't he? How old were you, Beato, when he stopped coming? Indeed. He kept coming until I was about 12. When my maiden's heart awoke, I quickly got somewhat embarrassed about Lord Santa coming. After I wrote, "Thanks for everything, that's enough. So make sure you splurge on the last set of presents," he stopped coming. I was looking forward to it too. How old were you when he stopped coming, Lady Barncastle? I was pretty wild. It happened fairly early. I think when I was about 9. I was 11. Something about that beard really irritated me, so I waited in my futon with some sewing scissors ready, trying to cut it off. What a painful age. So as far back as Lady Lambda Delta can remember, Lord Santa Claus never came to see her, huh? He usually comes into the last year of elementary school or during middle school. Maybe we should take her to a doctor. I hear that being too precocious can have a negative side effect on the growing mind and body. Yeah, you could definitely see some of those. Those negative side. Oh wait, that's Barncastle. Yeah, you can definitely see some of those negative side effects. Hey, what are you people talking about? Bleh! It truly is boisterous when 3 witches come together. If you're talking about a secret on that level, I doubt this will be worth listening to. Can I go now? I think I'm ready for the next game. What? Hey, wait a sec! Tell me who that woman really was. Well then, tell me this special secret of yours first. If it's good enough, then I'll tell you. Oh, okay, I'll tell you. Cause it's really special secret. Remember, in this game, there was a girl who found the gold and became the new witch, right? Indeed. And just what kind of secret might that person have? I figured out who that girl really is. Does anyone know? There was a hit in the way she talked. Remember, that girl said it a lot, didn't she? If only you just blah, right? That phrase is the key point. If only. Yes. She was actually Ushir Miaeva. What do you think? Are you shocked? Oh, I never noticed that. To think there would be a hint in a place like that. You're a real good sport, Beato. This kid tends to get full of herself, so try not to overdo it. See you, I'm leaving. Wait! It's not fair that you just listen to my secret and don't tell me yours. Tell me who she really was. Your secret was so amazing that mine just wouldn't match up. So in exchange, I'll tell you a special secret. I'll tell you the name of the culprit in this game called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. Oh no, this is spoilers for the other game. Well, don't say it. I'm still playing it. Oh, that's a reference. See you, Beato. The black tea was delicious. However, the repertoire of jam on the crackers was lacking. Add some gochujang chili paste every once in a while. We're getting very Korean with it, okay. I had no interest in Higurashi until I started reading this. I don't know. The answer is I don't... Like, definitely after I finish Umineko, I need a break from this fucking genre. Because this game's long as fuck. But I definitely wouldn't put... I would definitely have, like, interest in Higurashi. Is, I guess, what I mean. Add some gochujang chili paste every once in a while. It goes great with Russian tea later. Oh, I see. I shall try it. I'll call for some after preparing the next game. I thought Higurashi was a prequel and spoiled everything for myself. Oh no. I hear there's a lot more character emphasis than Beato level. Okay. I'll call for some after preparing the next game. Until then, feel free to polish up your strategy at your leisure. Yes, I'll do that. This last game was pretty interesting. Later. Hey, wait a sec, tell me! I like the way her eyes just moved a little bit before she... Jared, my roommate, has watched all the anime and said he gets a few more things. He can't explain it to me yet. The side-eye? Cackle, cackle. My, you two really are close. Yes, that's right. Oh, I really like you, Burncastle. You could even say I love you. Okay. I want to gouge out your eyes so no one other than me. So that you see no one other than me. Oh, that would be so wonderful. Oh, the Higurashi anime? Okay. It'd be great to dunk them in black tea. To think that you would be so entranced, Lady Lambda Delta. I have a serious responsibility. What the fuck have I done? Okay, hold up. Still, this last game really was close. I was a breath away from getting Battler. Beato, can I ask you something? What is it? I won't tell you that girl's name. When are you gonna stop fooling around? Are you even trying to win? Lambda Delta threatened her with a low voice that she had never used. Wait, when are you gonna stop fooling around? Are you even trying to win? Lambda Delta threatened her with a low voice that she had never used in front of Burncastle. It completely blew away the calm atmosphere that had been there until a moment ago. You know, I'm supporting you because you're the witch who can win against Burncastle. If you don't have the power to win against her, then I'll abandon you right away, okay? How harsh of you. What is her face? I've, like, given her, like, the fucking goon voice from fucking Batman. How harsh of you. What about me dissatisfies you? As you know, my game board is perfect. Lady Burncastle will never be able to win. Yeah, that's right. Your board is truly impressive. Which truly is impressive and perfect game board that Castle definitely won't be able to win. Not even after 100 years. Okay, I gotta go. Or even 1,000 years. That's why I made a witch in exchange. Made you a witch in exchange for letting me borrow it. If I stop letting you be your guardian, you'll immediately go back to being a human. Make sure you don't forget that. No matter how much incredible magical power you hold, you are nothing more than a temporary witch. My biggest inspiration for her is Barbas from Skyrim. And that's it. I just give her like Barbas from Skyrim voice. I understand. I'm grateful to you. Don't speak so casually to me. Whenever she makes that weird face, she gets the deep voice. That's just how my brain works. I'll forgive when Berncastle's around, and she isn't. I'll bet you start to forget how much you owe me. That is not so. You really are disgusting. Go ahead and talk the way you usually do. Oh shit! I just turned shit down. Well, be mindful what you say. I have a surprisingly short temper, you see. Indeed. Let's go back to what we were discussing. Your game board. Oh wait, I'm reading Lambda. Let's go back to what we were discussing. Your board game. Your game board truly is perfect. Perfect. You should be able to defeat Berncastle without any trouble. But that kid won't surrender easily. She'll challenge you over and over. I wish she was on The Sopranos. Guy killed 16 Czechoslovakian. Guy killed 16 Chechenian rebels. Guy killed 16 Czechoslovakian rebels. Must be some kind of interior decorator. I think Beato might be some kind of interior decorator. You know, Polly was suspicious, so I think it works out. Polly's kind of like a superstitious, like magical type of guy, so it works really well for Polly. But that kid won't surrender easily. She'll challenge you over and over. I see it. Polly is Lambda. Okay. Yeah, I see it too, unfortunately. Polly would make a good Lambda Delta. God, I love Polly is like my second favorite background character in The Sopranos. Oh, good night, Eric. Thank you for spending some time in my measly little Twitch chat while I finish up this tea party. That is no problem. It has been certified by you, Lady Lambda Delta. My game board is perfect. Yeah, that's right, it's perfect. What are you? A player? Perfect as well? What do you mean by that? Well, what do I mean? That's what I want to hear. You play around a lot in your game. Sometimes that ends up confusing Berncastle, so at first I thought it was some special strategy of ours. But I get the feeling that's not true. Rather than toying with the opponent in a match you can win, you don't actually care whether you win or lose. Ridiculous. What would that be? Well, you know what? Your role is to make Berncastle surrender. In other words, that means being the victor of this game all eternity. As long as you keep trying to become the victor with certainty, then I'll give you my power as the witch's certainty. However, if you fight in a way that doesn't eliminate the possibility of your loss, that's a different story. Of course, this is a game. Just as Lady Berncastle will lose when I win, I will sometimes lose when she wins. The possibility of loss always exists. Therefore, I will. This is why you're useless. There's no need for you to be a game boy. You just have to be a bird cage that can lock Burn Castle up for all eternity. What's the role of a bird cage? Making certain a little bird never escapes. What's a bird's cage worth? Cracks it. Sometimes lets a bird out. Of course, games exist for the purpose of winning. And it is impossible for me to lose. Therefore, I will continue to win. As you wish, for all eternity. Good answer. That'll be fine. I'll allow you to play around and use fakes as part of your tactics. Ended up being useful during parts of this round. But you know what? If you make a move, hoping for anything else other than victory, make sure you're prepared for something amazing, okay? I would not do such a thing. I swear it. Because originally, you weren't even a witch. And at any time, I'll remind you of what a truly shabby creature you are. If you betray my expectations, that is, as soon as you do, you can look forward to a fun punishment game. In the world of a billion fragments, I'll send you to the most miserable one and seal you there. You are already miserable to start with, so there's gonna be some really miserable fragments out there for picking. Oh, she's gone. Okay. I've been putting my whole Redussy into fucking Lambda Delta right now. God damn. Oh, I love you, Castle. Struggling. Beatrice's Boyd. I don't want to say Boyd because that's like too freaking hacky for that accent. Struggling Beatrice's birdcage as much as you like. And over the course of 1,000 years, realize that you could no longer escape. And when you surrender, I'll train you so you can't do anything other than cry in the palm of my hand. Is that it? I really hope is that really it? That's it. Fuck. Okay. I guess I'll do the question marks too. I love you forever. Complete the 3rd tea party. Alright. Well, fuck. Let's just go for the last tea party. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Take a shot every time Sid misspells lambda as panda. Challenge level. Impossible. Unfortunately, I have developed the boys even further. 12 years later? Wait, did I misclick? October 4th, 1998. Did I misclick? I'm not that drunk. Am I? Hold up, I just need to double check. I'm not that drunk. I'm a little drunk. Just to double check. Just to double check. No, it's just 12 years later. And Ava's still alive. Yeah, holy fuck. October 4th, 1998. Man, I wish I was born in the 90s. I miss the 90s. I wasn't even conceived in the 90s. I don't think I was. No, I was conceived in January. I'm a boy of the new millennium. Okay. Yeah, Beatrice isn't even there this time. And you got some hints here about Beato and Landa and Byrne and what their natures really are. I think the big thing is having to come to terms with like what Beatrice did. I can't wait to fucking have like a post-mortem about all this episode 3 shit. Because I think it'll give me quite the psychic neck snap to figure out the rest of this shit. So next stream just is gonna be the like episode 3 post-mortem. A monotonous electric sound kept on repeating. The room was colored with hygienic tones, in other words, an emotionless white. It was a room at a certain university hospital. Neither her doctors nor the person herself had any doubts that this room, which had a price so high that no commoner could afford to spend a single night there. Oh, like it's just the average American healthcare system. Awesome. Would be the last room she ever saw. Is Ava dying? I assume this is Ava. Only because she's the last one here. When the person was on the bed. Ava? Even if someone told you that was so, she was unbelievably aged and worn out. There should be new tips about the characters who died at the end of episode 3. Okay, I'll check those out before I end the stream. Thank you. The well-built man in a suit waiting in the corner near the door was having a whispered conversation through an intercom with someone outside. He was a guard protecting Ava's person. After telling the person on the other end on the intercom to wait, he approached Ava's bed. Ava had been awake for a short while. However, she stared at a single point in empty space as though her mind was not in the same place. Angie, Japanese, San has arrived in the lobby below. Should we let her pass? For a long time, Ava didn't answer. However, bit by bit, her eyes began to regain their focus, and she gave a small nod, indicating that she didn't mind if they called Angie. It had been Ava who called her, and she was right on time. By this point, Ava would refuse anyone who wanted a meeting without an appointment. The room was dark, even though it was still light outside because the curtains were always closed. There was always one guard waiting in the room and 3 more waiting in the corridor and the lobby. They were all there to protect Ava's person. Eventually, there was a sound of a knock. Also, there was a message from the intercom that the guest body's check had been complete with no problems. The door was unlocked, then opened. Unfortunately, radioactive gold is kind of fucking back on my table. And a high school-aged girl was standing there. Chairman, Angie-san has arrived. Ava reacted and turned her face towards the guest. However, instead of reacting to the guard's call, maybe it would be better to say that she reacted to the smell of Angie's makeup. To be being shut up in this room for so long, Ava was sensitive even to small changes in smell. So you came, Angie. The daughter of Rudolph and Kyrie, Battler's younger sister from a different mother. She hasn't come in contact with Battler often, but is extremely fond and respectful of him. She was sick and absent during the family conference, so she always ends up surviving in solitude. A very unfortunate girl whose heart is in tatters. Has a bad habit of always walking around with massive amounts of cash, throwing it out to whoever comes first. All right. Well, I thought this. You know, it's kind of funny. I thought this original gap in the family tree was going to be filled by Maria's father, but I guess I'm wrong. So I guess next episode they'll all be filled out. What about the other one? Yeah. So you came, Angie. I came. You did call me. On Ava's face, there was no trace of a person warmly welcoming their niece. And on Angie's face, you couldn't see the expression of one pleased to meet with their aunt. Ava waved her arm, which had grown as thin as a withered branch, and motioned for her guard to leave. The guard bowed silently and went out into the hall. It's not only stuffy, but dark too. Can I open the curtains? Is your plan for that hitman you hired to shoot me through the window? I wish I could get hired to set. I wish I could get hired. Reading is really hard. I wish I could get hired to assassinate you. All I'd have to do is relax at home for a month, and the job would take care of itself. Their discussion was quite morbid for an aunt and a niece. However, they didn't look like they were joking. At the very least, Ava believed that someone was after her life. All the Yoshirimiya family's massive fortune had come into the possession of Yoshirimiya Ava. It was said that the fortune had also included the 10 tons of gold that Yoshirimiya Kinzo was rumored to have hidden. While this vast wealth lay in Ava's cunning, sly, and suspicious hands, no one is able to complain. But it was rumored that as soon as it was passed on to Angie, who was no more than a young girl, certain people were plotting to snatch it away. By now, Ava and Angie were Kinzo's only descendants. If Ava died, all that wealth would go to Angie, and if Angie were then killed as well, that wealth would go to the family of Angie's mother, Kairi. In this sense, not only Ava, but Angie as well were in a position where it wouldn't be odd at all for their life to be targeted by some unknown person. Ava hated Angie for a long time. This was because she knew that after her only precious son, George, the inheritor to her own wealth would be none other than the girl who had been absent from the family conference 12 years ago and who had survived. Ava shunned Angie, disliked her, and even hated her. She isolated Angie in a special school and separated her from the youth and happiness normal people have, trying to keep her as a pet until death. However, Ava succumbed to an incurable illness, and ironically, the gold is radioactive. What the fuck? Her remaining life was estimated to be the same as Kinzo's had been at that family conference 12 years ago. 3 months? -3 months. Both Ava and Angie hated each other. Shit, I have to be right back. I'm sorry. This is gonna be the last time I be right back. I just have to be right back again. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm back. Okay. Let's finish all this episode 3 shit. And get rid of the text. Okay. Even though they were each other's last blood relatives, they hated each other so much that they hoped the other would die quickly. And why did you go to all the trouble of calling for me? I don't have much time left. I want to see like old, decrepit, I murdered everybody Ava. These quack doctors still can't detect any of the poison that's filling me up. I know. I'm sure it's 1998. The USSR doesn't exist anymore, Ava. It doesn't. No, we're in the Russian Republic. Like, Boris Yeltsin is drinking so much vodka while he's your president. Oh wait, not your president, but but he's in charge of Russia right now. I know. I'm sure it's some secret assassination drug used by those Soviet KGBs. Oh, I'm gonna be killed. I'm gonna be killed. Isn't that great? Very soon I will die, which will surely be a load off your back. What a pitiable person. This always happened. They immediately deviated from the main topic, distorting it into a more unsettling discussion. Ava, who was absolutely paranoid, believed that someone was always after her life. In actual fact, after inheriting the vast wealth of the Shiramiya family, she had used wild methods just like Kinzo had done in the past, repeatedly making money by any means necessary and creating many enemies along the way. With a massive supply of capital, she had plotted to aggressively buy businesses that were starting to have rapid growth, making them buy it back at a high price under the guise of reconciliation. Ironically, it was the same type of action that her husband's company had been hit with hostile takeover. She repeated this constantly for 12 years, and she had earned a lot of hatred. This kind of sucks because at this point in time, we're in 1998, Japan's economy is in the friggin' toilet, so there's not going to be too many Japanese businesses that are doing great. If her husband had heard of this from beyond the grave, he might have defended her, saying that the loneliness from losing her family fueled her actions. However, of all the people who knew her now, none would defend her. For some reason, or for some time, Ava eloquently spoke of how her life was being targeted. Listing off names of people who hated her, and sneering at the fact that she still hadn't been killed. Even though Angie had heard her own name included in that list, there was no particular change in her expression, and she waited indifferently for Ava to tire herself out. You see, I really hate you. I'm honored. Same here. I built this future for George's sake. To think that it would be snatched away by you. To think that it would be stolen away by Rudolph's daughter. I can't bear it. To think that I would have my fortune stolen away without even leaving behind a child. That I cannot forgive. If only you'd just give all your fortune to charity. What about all those religious people you used to go so far out of your way to find? They all say the same thing. My excessive wealth has become a burden to me. They always say something about how I need to give it up and cleanse myself. Then I thought of something. I stopped donating. For a time, Ava had searched for the founders of several strange and new religious cults, perhaps seeking their peace in her heart. Oh, like the many weird new religious cults that were kind of rising in Japan around the time between these games? Okay. They gave her no relief. And Sung Jung Moon, head of the Moonies, was able to give... Whoa! What? 19 people? I'm 5 hours into the stream. Stop. How do I get 2 raids? I'm 5 hours in. This is my roommate. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to. Oh my god, thank you, US Marine Semper Fi, for following. Thank you, Swag Disease. Thank you, Rude G0. Aw, don't call me the best Umineko streamer ever. Witherbloom Alex, thank you. Sully CH, thank you. That makes me... Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Ended up increasing her paranoia further. Oh, I'm so happy. Good stream. Great stream, even, dare I say. I need to, like, change how that stream follow icon happens, because it's weird. Of course, game. I got to read more Umi with my roommate Lamau. Okay, it does have a little aura. If you have too much money, why don't you start by buying up thoroughbreds and make some corned beef? I thought of something even more interesting. I've worried over it a lot. What could I do to make things horrible for you? I thought about killing you. I also thought about erasing all of my wealth, leaving you penniless, and selling you off as a slave to a slave trader or something. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You'd have your arms and legs chopped off and be forced to take customers until you die? What the fuck? Ah, that would be so wonderful. Most normal girl. Is this fun for you? Oh yes, it is. It's fun to scare you, but very soon I will die. So I thought about how I might continue to cause you pain even after my death. Well, I think it's interesting because... Oh, thank you. My name, Lucas9. How do they preface these question mark tea parties? It's like they're not living. So I think Ava is gonna die here. We'll see. So I thought about how I might continue to cause you pain even after my death. And then it was surprisingly simple. I called you because I wanted to talk about it. I have midterms coming up. Keep it brief. I have decided I will have you inherit all of my fortune. Oh? Not only that, but I decided until the very day I die, I'll expand that fortune as much as I can, inflating it to massive proportions before having you inherit all of it. Can you even imagine what that would be like? I don't get it. Because it's stupid. The fact that they're giving Ava the witch cackle, I don't like that. I really don't like that. Ava is a witch, I guess. That's right. You don't get it, do you? Look forward to it. It is really fun being rich. Every day, yokai from across Japan come to play. Is that like yokai as in like spirits? Yeah. Yokai from across Japan come to play. From now on, your entire life will be followed by talk shows and weekly magazines. The media will criticize me no matter what I do or don't do. If I donate, they'll attack me for being bourgeois. And if I hesitate, I'll be abused as a miser. Heavy is the head that weighs the crown, Ava. Jesus. Oh, every day really is wonderful, you see. Shut up. I'd rather be rich than be poor. I decided it'd be great to let you have that kind of life when you're so young and have so much ahead of you. Doesn't that sound absolutely wonderful? Looks like the public's opinion of all you've done is spot on. Too true. Yes, that is too true. Go ahead. Abuse me as much as you want. Soon you will face the same criticism. Japanese culture dictates that good people live in honorable poverty, while the wealthy should just die. I don't know. The Zaibatsu did pretty good. No matter what you do or say, do not do, you'll eventually be lifted as a symbol of envy and hate across Japan. I don't know. I think the Japanese are just like so dead set on running the most inefficient economy possible. And I think that's their own beef. They have like the most like sad, overworked people I've ever seen. I wonder how twisted your life will become after living that way. You have no allies. No one will listen to your worries. Abusing you will become a public sport. And no one can stop that. Oh, Angie. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how you will live your life and how you'll end it. Enjoy the fullest a life of being unable to trust anyone in the world, being unable to love anyone, being unable to talk with anyone. I'll be patiently waiting for you to take that story of hardship down with you into hell. Her insane laughter turned into a painful cough, without changing her expression in the slightest, looking completely unconcerned. Welcome, newcomers, mandatory advertisement. Gruda Pier's stream will be 8 cookies with black tea. He read The North Wind in the Sun by 8. Vast land of... He has a ton of knowledge about history, all science, all kinds of science and anecdotes. I wrote a Reddit post about his streams. Follow his Twitter. Welcome to the streams. They will be the best storytelling experience of your lives. Advertisement over. Many are saying this is the fact. Sid is glazing me far more than I deserve for being 6 beers deep into my stream. I say that, but I've had 6 beers in 5 hours. I'm not drunk. It's a lie. Looking completely unconcerned. Angie stared at the only survivor of Rokenjima. Perhaps because he found the violent... Perhaps because... What? Oh, the guard. The guard gave a short knock on the door and rushed in at the same time. Angie glanced at him, wordlessly making it clear that she didn't intend to move a step from where she was. Angie was prepared for some kind of trap to frame her in Ava's death. However, that was fortunately a needless fear. I want to do the tea and cookies another time. Like maybe next Thursday, I'll do tea and cookies again. Today was just a bad day because I had 3 coffees and it just wasn't going to work out if I started drinking tea. It's already almost 2 a.m., but whatever. As the guard rubbed Ava's back, he poured hot water from a thermos into a mug. As he did, Ava kept coughing, apparently in pain. Angie figured that this was probably the last time she'd see Rokenjima's witches. She'd see of the Rokenjima's witches' final days. Eventually, the coughing subsided, and Ava regained her normal breathing. However, the glittering madness inside her eyes hadn't subsided in the slightest. Now I will give to you that cursed mass of gold in the Yoshiramiya family headship, as well as the name of the Golden Witch. Be it what the fuck? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Enjoy the insane, twisted rest of your life, fitting for the name of the witch. I don't need that. More importantly, tell me. On that day, what happened on Rokonjima? I don't believe it was an accident. Tell me about the truth of what happened that day. My father and mother and Nissan died. Oh yes, that is the best way I have to harass you, isn't it? What happened on that day? What happened on this day in 1986? You want to know what they said before they died, right? I'll tell you. I'll leave it behind. The cursed gold. The cursed gold. The gold is radioactive. Fuck. It's not gold. It's fucking like... It's insane. This whole game is insane. Whenever I have my next post-mortem stream, the next time I stream, it's like probably going to be in the next 3 days. I don't know. I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow because I'm actually really fucking busy tomorrow. But maybe like I'll probably stream Saturday or Sunday. Probably Sunday. Probably not Saturday. So we'll fucking have to break down a lot of this shit, but we'll see. I'll take the truth you seek with me to hell. That's the best way I can torment you. Oh, you mad? If you want to hear it so much, try going to hell and asking your family there. In that case, you better die right now, right? If only you just give up and die right now. That laugh continued until she started coughing again. And that cough did not subside until she started moaning and going into convulsions. October 4th, 1986. On Rokonjima, the Ushiramiya family's customary and final family conference was held. And on the next day, October 5th, an extremely unfortunate accident occurred, and the Ushiramiya family was wiped out. Fortunately, Ushiramiya Eva escaped from that, and inherited almost all the Ushiramiya family's fortune. Oh, skyscrapers? What the fuck? However, due to the many turbulent rumors surrounding the Ushiramiya family, the way Eva acted afterwards, and her unnatural actions at the time of the unfortunate accident, the public was in an uproar over whether this might have been a conspiracy to get all the inheritance for herself. Ay, ay, ay. Under pressure from the public, prosecutors repeatedly tried to investigate the matter, and the media began tracing the outline of a conspiracy they called the Rokonjima suspicion. But in the end, they weren't able to find proof that this unfortunate accident was a crime. Okay. However, because the media continued to give the impression that the Rokonjima suspicion was a conspiracy of Eva's, public opinion began to believe that she was the true culprit. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I'd think that too. Of course, that was also influenced by the Casey Anthony moment, by the bad impression caused by all the easily commendable, overbearing financial activity which she had carried out using that vast wealth. Every time she did something and the rumors started spreading, the media would bring back the Rokonjima suspicion. So why does she think her niece is gonna get that? Blaming the criminal justice system by saying she was the true culprit, and that the only reason she hadn't been arrested was because even the police had been bribed. The impression that she was a great villain grew stronger and stronger. Her heart eventually degenerated. And ironically, it began to transfigure her into the kind of human that the public expected. By now, Eva had no one she could trust, and no family. And her beloved husband passed away. The talk shows occasionally mentioned his company, saying that it was run recklessly, while criticizing and disgracing its former accomplishments. He ran a restaurant, whatever. Even her beloved son, George, was dramatized as the stereotypical rich, lazy son that the public expected. This one is George lazy, and no one wanted to know what a simple and honest character he had possessed. If you're gonna hit George for anything, hit him for the fact that he's a pedophile. God damn. As to how much of this hurt Ava and ran her to ruin, no one cared. The public was only interested out of curiosity about how a super rich, evil woman who killed her whole family lived in her pitiful later years. Well, like, even if you're, like, contextualizing this in, like, if you're contextualizing this within, like, economic collapse Japan, of course they're gonna be looking for someone to hate. I think even at this time, like, the Japanese elections had, like, swung more socialist, and I think even for a time they had a prime minister that wasn't part of the Liberal Democratic Party. So of course they're gonna look for somebody who isn't part of, like, the political establishment. That would, of course, include Ava as to, like, who they want to blame for and it's gonna be the rich. So that happened more and more, and eventually, Ava's personality was transfigured until people started calling her a lunatic. It was said that this sometimes reminded her of her father, whom she had once admired in his later years, that she'd laughed at herself with scorn. And on the day of that final family conference, because Ushiramiya Rudolph's daughter, Angie, had been sick and stayed with her mother's family, she had not participated. At the age of 6, she had lost her family and gained Ava as her guardian. Since Angie had become Ava's only blood relative, Ava took very good care of her. She had imposing guards surrounding Angie's person at all times to prevent her from coming to harm. Angie had even her right to play with friends who had come home from school together to enjoy the seasons together stolen away, so that she could live a full and pleasant school life. Ava had sent Angie to an elegant boarding school that took care of her every need, completely isolating her from the world. She didn't even know the popular songs that girls her age might hum. I feel like it's just gonna be like the Backstreet Boys. It's 96. It's 90. Is it 96 or 98? I don't remember. 12 years since. It's 98. Okay, I'm gonna go read Umineko now. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Oh, I hope you have a good time reading Umineko. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for rating me like 20 people. Thanks. Jeez. Thanks, Chad. She was never given a chance to enjoy her window shopping with her friends or stuffing her mouth with crepes, much less in an encounter with a member of the opposite sex to make her heart throb. Thanks for hanging out, though. I appreciate it. Angie did not have a single friend. If anyone carelessly acted friendly with Angie, they would be scolded by the guards or else the teachers. All of them were strictly ordered not to let shabby humans approach the daughter of the esteemed Ushiramiya family. During that time, the talk shows were always mentioning Ushiramiya Ava, always spreading rumors about her countless financial misdeeds. Those who knew her daughter was naturally began to keep their distance. Even now, she was called a witch at school, and any time something bad happened, even if there was no proof, it would be whispered as though it was the absolute truth that she had imposed her will on the school staff. The environment makes the person. By now, she had a heart as wild as those around her feared. No one trusted her, so no one bothered to believe her. No one bothered to believe in anyone. So she never even tried to love. Even when Ava caught an incurable illness on top of all of this, it was whispered that this too was a conspiracy, and this time, Angie was set up as the mastermind. Everyone whispered that the daughters of witches are witches too. Even the talk shows and the weekly magazines whispered that. So Angie also accepted as though it was definitely. No, as though it was obviously true. Therefore, since she already believed that she was a witch, when she heard the name of the Golden Witch was being turned over to her, she only felt like saying, "You just figured that out now?" However, she was at least sure of one thing. This title of witch that she had inherited would definitely never be inherited by anyone else. She would be the last head of the Ashiramiya family and the last lonely Golden Witch. Okay. Angie could be seen on the roof of a skyscraper. Compared to the winds of the world that had beaten down upon her until now, the strong, cold wind was warm and pleasant. Below her lay a beautiful nighttime scene and a dazzling river of red and white lights. Oh, like a sweet fish river you could sit in. I'm just kidding. It was supposed to be clear out that night, so there really should have been countless stars stretching over the sky. However, the light from the ground was too bright, so you couldn't see them all. You couldn't see them at all. Angie couldn't help but think what she truly sought must lie in that unseen starlight. The world of reality below her looked so far away from here. She could imagine that this place was the closest to the world she really should be in. There was only one thing that Angie cursed. Why had she not been able to go to that family conference on that day 12 years ago? Even though, if she had gone, it would probably have been possible for her to stay with her family forever. Lately, she'd been dreaming about her family over and over again. The person I was 12 years ago calls out frantically, urging them not to go to the family conference. But both Dad and Mom are too far away and my hand won't reach them. Battler Nissan always loved me a lot and he'd always pat my head. But even though it looks like that hand is about to touch me, even it does not reach. Reading is really hard. For some reason, I started having that dream over and over. Every time I said I had that same dream, I uselessly tried to stretch it out of my head, even more forcefully over and over. Even if only Battler Nissan had lived, then perhaps we'd at least be able to support each other in my cold and lonely reality. But his hand never reaches me. Even if I climb to the roof of this tall building, I'm so far away from all of them. A mysterious girl appears in my dreams and urges me. She urges me to find the truth of what happened. That's Maria. That's Maria because Maria had that freaking message in the bottle from 12 years ago. It's 100% Maria. Only I could learn everything that happened to Father and the rest of them on that day. Come back? At least one of them. There was no other way that anyone would answer that question for her. I get it. In this world, I have no family or friends. So, let's go. Let's go home to where my family is. From the start, Angie's figure had been on the outer side of the fence. The scenery below her eyes was distant, beautiful, and so fantastical that it actually didn't give rise to fear. If I look down, I'll surely be swallowed by the world below. So I looked up, because I wanted to be taken to the world above, the world where my family was. Who cares about vast wealth? Who cares about cursed gold? Who cares about the Golden Witch Beatrice? I'm just freaking out because this is like the first time we've seen. Oh, I tabbed out. Fuck. This is the first time we've seen skyscrapers like this whole game. What I really want, even a mountain of gold couldn't get me. What I need for that is to take a single step forward Just that little bit of courage. At that moment, I definitely heard a voice. It was a voice I knew. A voice that had called to me in my dreams for so long. Burncastle? What the fuck? Okay. Before my eyes, in other words, in mid-air above that jet black nighttime scenery, there was the figure of the girl I'd seen in my dreams. She spoke again with the same voice I'd heard in those dreams. Your assistance is required. My assistance? Who needs it? Your family needs it. Your family's been eternally imprisoned in this span. From this day 12 years ago until the following day. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? When I asked the question I had most wanted to, the girl cruelly stopped talking and hung her head. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Sid. I didn't want to say anything. It looked like she was about to do it, because it said she was on the other side of the fence. I thought she was about to just... You know. I cannot promise that. The enemy is the Gold Witch, Beatrice. A mighty opponent. I cannot oppose her. But another Golden Witch might be able to manage something. I don't know what you're talking... And she's a Golden Witch? I don't know, I don't really... Angie is Beatrice? I don't even know anything about Angie, so I have no fucking clue what to believe. The only one who can oppose the Beatrice of 1986 is the final Beatrice of 1998. In other words, you. Angie. Angie Beatrice. Angie Beatrice? That witch from 12 years ago took away my family? That's right. She's your foe. The root cause that always leads to your future of isolation. My family's foe? In exchange, I will search for a fragment of the ideal world that you wish for, a world where your family comes home. I make no promises that your desire will be granted. Beatrice's game board in 1986 is quite perfect. I had planned on bringing you that ideal fragment as a present today, but I still can't find it. This is a very firm fate. I haven't seen the likes of it since the time I fought Lambda Delta. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for you. Reading is hard. I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. What does that mean? I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. Revenge. It may be a fruitless effort. Even if you succeed in your revenge, there's no definite proof that your family will return. Even if you manage to hit a miraculous probability, you may only be able to bring one person back, if that. Angie understood the meaning of that dream. The dream where it seemed that, with just a little more stretching, her hand might be able to reach at least Battler Nissan's. A miraculous probability means it's still higher than 0, right? Is it 1%? Trying to read probabilities before the result is useless, so I cannot tell you that number. But I'll definitely be slightly more likely than I do if nothing. Yes, as long as you do not throw that desire of yours away. But be prepared. It is extremely close to 0. Okay. I'll take you up on that offer. Are you sure? You probably won't be able to return here again. This isn't the world I'm supposed to be in. I'll find the world where I'm supposed to be in myself. Tell me your name. The Witch of Miracles, Berncastle. And by that name, I acknowledge you as the Golden Witch Angie Beatrice. The final witch, born in 1998. She was named by Ava as her successor and was accepted with Berncastle as her guardian. She had to start from square one as a witch. Because she exists 12 years in the future, she possesses the ultimate source of magic resistance, where none of Beatrice's magic can target her. Furthermore, in a manner opposite to her brother's magical resistance, she is a natural talent for attacks against anything of magic. In a manner opposite to her brother's magical resistance, she is a natural talent for attacks against anything of a magical. How is that opposite? I don't really understand. She holds tremendous potential for both. Okay, so she has both offense and defense. So she can kind of attack where Battler's been all about defending. Okay, that's fine by me. However, the distance is vast. 12 years is a long time. Maybe... I think when I'm doing my post-mortem, I'm probably going to stream next Sunday, but we'll see if I can be back earlier than that. But maybe I should try to think about Ava more. And the possibility that Ava could have done everything. I don't know. I'll think about it. As of now, you are a true witch. The instant she proclaimed that I was a witch, I felt dizzy, as though something inside of me had changed drastically. At that time, I heard a clunk. It was the sound of the door that opened to the staircase to the roof. It was Aunt Ava's guards. They're only guards in name. Aren't they the cage that wraps the tightest around me, shutting me in? They saw I was already on the other side of the fence and dashed forward, horrified. 20, we found the target. Requesting backup on the roof. Angie-san, we were looking for you. It's dangerous there, so quickly come this way. What's that? My fan club. This music is going a little hard, I'm afraid. I'm pretty popular. No point in getting caught. Let's go. Looking annoyed, Berncastle turned on her heels. In the jet black sky, watching that perfectly casual gesture, I followed her as though it was completely normal. Angie-san, wait! Don't be hasty, look out! It's useless. It's all useless. Well then, see you again. Next time. Please send a limo to get me. So everyone else will be there too. See you. Oh, she jumped! Angie-san! This is some Persona shit, what the fuck? All right, all I have to do now is look at some tips and I'm done. I wonder what the main menu is gonna look like now. Addition of a new game board. The next episode's lock has been removed. Addition of new features. Okay. The last Dushira Mia. Holy shit, that's fucking metal. All right, let's leave through these real quick, and then that'll be it. Oh, it's just Beatrice's face? What the fuck? Fuck. Okay, whoops, misclicked. Daughter of Rudolph and Kyrie. Very unfortunate girl's heart is tattered. So, a very bad habit of always walking around with massive amounts of. Okay, I already mentioned that. I think the real person who's a spy for Kinzo is fucking Canon. What? I can't execute Angie. That's fucking crazy. Or Ava. Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck. The Cheester sisters, guard the Dragon King Pendragon in memory of the flight of the Red Dragon composed only of the sisters. They subordinates of the Dragon King because of our long relation. With successive generations of Beatrices, it was permitted that 2 Imperial guards be lent out. The sisters are similar life forms created by magic. For that reason, further sisters of the Great Fairy Prince. Blah, 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 blah. One of the articles of sniping equipment. Maybe I should like think about snipers more. I don't know. Anti-armor, capable of penetrating armor and barriers. Rich array of ammo that may be used as an arrow's warhead. As a side note, the ammo primarily used during the story were wire-guided winged Pierce rounds. Wire guide makes heavy resistance against deception and capable of long-distance precision against sniping. Okay. In the noble family of witches, family secrets are often inherited by a single child to prevent propagation of hidden arts and a subsequent decline in their quality. This rule applies for the endless witches, so that most secret arts are passed down to a single pupil. Once passed down these arts to another, they retire to further stem their propagation. Custom dictates that a witch from another sect make a recommendation before a succession may occur. Lambda Delta recommended Ava. Baron Castle recommended Angie. It is unknown who recommended Beato. Furthermore, during the story, Beatrice inherited that name with the position. That is a very recent innovation. The predecessor was the original Beatrice, and all endless witches before her had different names. After that, it became customary for the name to be inherited as well, and Ava followed that tradition when giving Angie the name of Beatrice. I wonder if these are all going to be filled up. The final witch, born in 1998, she was named by Ava as her successor was accepted. She'd start square one as a witch, but because she exists 12 years in the future, she possesses the ultimate sort of magical resistance for none of... Okay. Yep, she's opposite of Battlers, so she's kind of like super magical. All right, well, I think I'm going to look through this one more time, but I really have to go. So I'll probably be back Sunday. Meat Rider. So I'll see you guys probably then. See ya. Bye.